Nick has an MBA from the Government School of Global Management MBA, and a Bachelor from the University of Illinois Chicago. It's a pleasure. I'd like to invite Mr. Tony to the stage. Thank you very much for coming, and let me start. I will share the slide.
Yeah, I know this is a, all right, thanks. I can do the slide.
Yeah, we don't have a stick. Do you want me to?
No, I'll do it. Can you hear me all right? Okay, great. Well, thanks very much for the opportunity to present to you. That was a great introduction. Yeah, so I'm responsible for energy, for the energy program at the Houston Technology Center, and I'm just going to take a few minutes to sort of introduce some challenges in energy innovation, and then following me will be our Chief Operating Officer, Miriam Maldonado, and I'll talk to you about the problems, and she'll give you the solution. Since I knew this was going to be a fairly technical crowd, I decided to, you can see I'm not very technical. In fact, you know, my undergraduate's in political science in German. So my first job out of college was driving a taxi. Is this yours or ours? All right. Well, since this is a technical crowd, I thought I'd start with a formula, right? And pretty simple formula. Basically, what it says is innovation is invention plus commercialization. So innovation really doesn't happen until that invention has a real world benefit, right? Until that invention has been commercialized so somebody can actually use it. So why do we need innovation in energy? I think it's pretty clear. You know, energy demand, despite what we see today with, you know, a glut of oil, energy demand is growing rapidly. It's going to double by 2050. So we're going to need a lot more energy. Supply is going to struggle to keep up. We're still going to need fossil fuels. That's pretty clear. But we're going to have rapid development in renewables, and there's an urgent need for new low-carbon technologies. So the box here on need, I'm kind of stealing that from a presentation I went to a little while back. In fact, there was a seminar on robotics hosted by Shell and Chevron and others in Amsterdam. And the Chief Technology Officer of Shell spoke at the kind of at the start of that thing, and he said, we need major scientific and technology breakthroughs and unprecedented collaboration. And one quote that I kind of remembered from him was that it's very rare that a major breakthrough has come from a single organization, right? So a single person or an organization, even an organization with kind of the size and resources of Shell. You know, we need to collaborate, we need to work together, we need to communicate, you know, to solve, you know, the major problems in the future. So, simple solution, we have to speed up that whole innovation process, right? We have to take those inventions, get them out of the lab, and create innovation, commercialize them so that they benefit society. And in energy, we need innovations across the board, right? In renewables, the wind, solar, biofuels, smart grids, and all that stuff. But we also need to improve how we produce fossil fuels, and whether it's, you know, unconventional, shale, deep water technologies, enhanced recovery, energy efficiency. So across the board, we need to promote innovation to meet our energy needs in the future. It's not easy, it's complicated. You know, no one individual or no one organization can invent something and take it to the market all by themselves. You know, if a bioscientist invents a new bug to produce jet fuel, you know, his bioscience knowledge isn't going to help him take that all the way through to commercialization. He's going to have to deal with chemists. He's going to have to deal with process engineers. He's going to have to deal with marketers. He's going to have logistics issues. I mean, to get that to the market requires a whole lot of collaboration and a whole lot of support, and lots of different disciplines kind of have to work together to make it happen. Here's a slide you probably can't read. But it takes a long time to bring something, to take an idea and bring it to the market in energy. I mean, this is like you know, stages of development, right? You build a demonstration, you do a little demonstration in the lab, then you build a pilot plant, you build a bigger pilot plant, you build a demonstration plant, and in each one of those steps along the road, you kind of get different types of people involved, from, you know, maybe academics at a university to engineers at a major company, and every step you need more money. So it's a long process, takes a lot of collaboration, and a lot of money. So this is kind of a standard funnel. Innovation has a high failure rate. One thing is certain: if you're introducing new technology and making major breakthroughs in energy, that is, you're going to fail. You know, the secret to success is failing fast and then learning from it and going to the next stage. So, you know, you might have an idea that works in the lab. You know, you might have produced some jet fuel from that bug that you developed, and you know, conceptually it's feasible. Might even be technically feasible to produce jet fuel in some quantities, but is it economically feasible, right? I mean, if it costs you $1,000 a gallon, is that going to work? You know, probably not. And innovation takes a lot of support and a lot of resources. I mean, how many of you have ever kind of heard people talk about innovation ecosystems and what that is all about? So innovation ecosystem is sort of a combination of various entities, people, organizations working independently, but sort of providing an environment that fosters and supports innovation, right? It supports that process that takes your idea, it takes your invention through to commercialization. And it starts with research, right? Research usually often carried out at universities, supported by government, and maybe you've got a great idea and your innovation is happening in your garage. But eventually, you have to get that innovation out of the lab and into the market. And that takes entrepreneurs, and that takes entrepreneur sort of development and support. You know, an entrepreneur is somebody who's really putting it all on the line, right? He's working for nothing for long periods of time. He's dealing in a lot of new areas he or she probably doesn't really understand. So, you know, the innovation ecosystem has to give that entrepreneur the right kind of help and support to take that invention and develop it into a product. And kind of support he needs is the kind of stuff a business accelerator does, like at HTC. Needs help with intellectual property. How do you protect your idea? He's got to do some accounting. He needs all kinds of legal support. So there's a whole lot of stuff that an entrepreneur needs, and that the innovation ecosystem needs to provide that entrepreneur. And it really helps for the commercialization of new ideas to be located an industry cluster in an area where there's support from the industry for that particular field. For example, Silicon Valley's an industry cluster for IT. You've got what, Apple, Hewlett Packard, Google, all those companies that come out of Silicon Valley. Southern Germany is sort of an industry cluster for the automobile industry. And without a doubt, Houston, we call ourselves the energy capital of the world. At the very least, we're the capital of the oil and gas industry. And we're the industry cluster for the oil and gas industry. That means oil companies are located here, not only U.S. companies, but international companies. And it also means that, because the oil industry is centered here, that our universities are focused on the needs of the oil industry. So the universities in this area have the kind of programs that support the oil industry. They're training people to work in the oil industry. Accounting firms understand oil and gas accounting. Legal firms understand oil and gas law. So the ecosystem kind of provides that kind of support, and it provides the industry knowledge that's necessary for the entrepreneur to develop that invention. Now there's one last element that's probably the most difficult, and I would argue the most important, and that's sort of a culture of collaboration and a culture of partnership, which is why I really focused on the Shell guy saying, collaboration is important, because I love to hear that. And you need that kind of culture where you can learn from failure as an industry, celebrate success. A lot of networking opportunities where an entrepreneur can go out and talk to people from the industry and get support and get help and get guidance, where there's other individuals, entrepreneurs, people going through the same thing so they can help each other. And again, like I said at the beginning, they have to learn from failure. First step in learning from failure is to acknowledge failure, right? I mean, if you guys are working for some of the big companies, how many of you can say, hey, I failed, and get credit for it, right? So that's kind of the classic sort of idea of an innovation ecosystem that supports the whole process of taking an invention and commercializing it. Now this I stole from Shell, actually. This was part of the presentation. Your copyright of Royal.Shell, and that's their funnel, right? So lots of innovation of change, of more collaboration, and the funnel has some holes in it. So basically what it means is that Shell is kind of opening up to the idea that they have to collaborate with outside people in the supply chain, other technology collaborations, universities. But it means that they'll work on stuff and maybe spin it out, or they'll take somebody else's ideas that aren't quite developed yet and kind of bring it into their system. And that's really, that opens up more opportunities for entrepreneurs, because if you have to go through that whole chain by yourself, from the bug that makes jet fuel to actually selling it to an airline, you're never going to make it. So that gives you kind of the opportunity to take something, to demonstrate it and develop it, and then somebody like Shell, will help you monetize it. We'll buy it from you or work with you to develop it. The other thing that's important with this is, it says solutions for Shell. I mean, Shell is a profit-maximizing company that wants to make money. And the stuff they work on has to make money for Shell. So it's not quite sort of open innovation for the good of society. It's for the good of the organization. And that's something that's kind of going to be generally true. So to kind of summarize, innovation best practices, entrepreneur development and support is really critical. It's critical to give an entrepreneur who's not going to have all of the experience in all of the various fields that he or she needs to be successful. That support system has to be there. Industry, particularly industry, has to be engaged. Industry cluster needs to be engaged in that innovation process, particularly in energy. I mean, you can't bring a new downhole tool to the market without testing it in a downhole environment, and the industry's got to support that. So that's very important. And again, that goes for government and academia as well. And building that culture of collaboration is also important. And getting that engagement, getting a mix of sort of industry, entrepreneurs, academia, working together, celebrating success, and supporting each other is important. Funding is important. Lots of funding is important. Funding at various stages of development is important. And patience, stamina, flexibility. Those three are important for the entrepreneur. Long-term view is important for the industry. We may be sitting here today looking at oil prices and layoffs in the industry and not really thinking about what the future is going to be like. In the future, we're going to have a shortage of energy. We need breakthroughs in all kinds of areas to provide, enough energy for us to use and enough energy for the 1.2 billion people on the planet that don't have access to energy at all to use. So the long-term view is important. And also global connections, because these are all global markets. There are people all over the world working to solve problems and maybe the same problems. So having sort of access to ideas and developments that are going on around the world is pretty critical. So I kind of put it down as local support and global connectivity. I mean, the entrepreneur needs to support locally, right? So he needs access to the resources he needs, to the talent he or she needs, to the legal advice, the collaborations with other companies, etc. But you also need to have a view of what's going on in the world. So, in a little while, Marianne will tell you about how HTC works and what we do to make that whole process easier for entrepreneurs. These are our energy client companies right now. Maybe at this point I kind of address the innovation program that we have going on with the Society of Petroleum Engineers. We have 3 companies up here that have come out of that program. One of them is IDEP. They've been our client for about 6 months, and they're working on some very innovative drilling optimization software that can predict incidents that might result in non-productive time. And they also have a very clever way of incorporating into that knowledge transfer. So as they're doing that, and as their tool is being used, it's collecting expertise from petroleum engineers and drilling engineers that they can then use to train other petroleum engineers and drilling engineers and make the whole system smarter. So it's really a pretty cool thing. Another company is iReamer, which is an intelligent a system for intelligent downhole tools that would enable drilling using lower cost mud motors and get the same efficiency you get with much higher cost rotary steerables. So again, that's solving some of the problems we have today with lower oil prices. You got to get a lot more efficient on how we do things, and a lot of these companies are working on. I said there were 3 companies, right? Sorry. Kinetic is an interesting company from Australia that has a new concept for blowout preventers that that can seal and shear a lot thicker pipe than anybody else. Oh wow. So we're working with companies that kind of are across the board in energy, from renewables. We have a biofuels company. We have wind and solar companies. We have a couple companies that are working on systems to optimize microgrids to provide energy from renewable microgrids and connect that with the grid supply to get the most out of wind energy. And then we have a lot of companies that are working to improve the efficiency of fracking operations, improve the efficiency of drilling, as we said before, and other aspects of the oil and gas industry. And we have a company that's solving the problem of declining beehives. So one more thing. This is kind of, am I going too long? Kind of an open accelerator idea, sort of an open innovation idea, and with the thought that we really have to do something to improve innovation and to speed it up. This is kind of an idea for sort of an online global program to bring kind of inventors and developers together and really accelerate the whole process from invention to commercialization. So developers, those are the people that are out there in the industry working on bringing new products to the market. They work with inventors to identify opportunities and unmet needs that they kind of need from researchers. What are the roadblocks that are holding them back, and what problems are they encountering, right? So, the scientific community, researchers kind of come back with theories, ideas, experiments, and, after working together, the groups form strategic relationships and collaborations and work on commercial solutions. And then all of that is supported by investors, because all of this requires money. So you provide an environment where industry, government, incubators like HTC are involved to support those organizations and support that innovation, and then resources and mentors to support that innovation. So that's kind of a virtual innovation ecosystem that we talked about. All right, so the future is yours. At least some of you in this room are still going to be around in 2050 when the world is going to look a whole lot different, and you're going to have a major role to play in making it better. So thanks a lot for your attention. I'd be happy to take any questions. Yeah.
So you showed a maturation process for technology as well as the ecosystem. So where does the technology fit into?
Yeah, Marianne, we'll talk about that. We consider ourselves kind of a hub in this community for technology innovation. So bringing those things together, bringing resources together, introducing the entrepreneurs to the support system. We work with a team of mentors in the industry, people who volunteer to help entrepreneurs. We're kind of the glue that holds on it together. And that's really how we probably do. If there are no other questions,
Thank you very much. At the same time, I'd like to introduce our second speaker, Ms. Vanya Maldonado. She's the Vice President and the CEO at SPE Technology Center, where she oversees the client services marketing, off-site campus, and general administration of organization, and lead the main team to provide strategic and operational guidance. As well as investment-related advice. So as companies developing innovative technologies, the application in energy, information technology, life sciences, nanotechnology, and aerospace. Prior joining to the HTC, Mr. Maldonado was the head of trade and investment and the head of international energy team for the UK Trade and Investment in the British Consulate General. Ms. Maldonado holds an MBA and a bachelor's degree from the Lantern University. With a pleasure, I would like to invite Ms. Maldonado to speak. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask you this. Is that over to mine?
Yes.
Okay, great. So how many of you have been here before? Okay, in the building. How many of you all have been here? Great. Good. How many of you are actually in transition? Yes. No? Okay, that's great. Well, this ties really well into Nick's presentation. You probably thought, well, we're talking about lifetime registration and what commercialization means, and how does that apply to me in this meeting, in this room, right now, today, having a job? Well, it's really important. And it's really important for a number of reasons. As we see in our political environment, as most of us are probably over 25, we barely get there. So the world changes. It changes at such a rapid pace. And we as humans have to constantly reinvent ourselves. So innovation is key, whether we're talking about technology, whether we're talking about business processes or systems. We're constantly, as humans, driven to innovate, to change, to regain competitive edge, and get ahead of the curve. So how do we do that in an environment that is in an industry that is very cyclical? So we have to maintain our competitive edge. We have to do as much as we can. We have to maintain our skills. You guys all know that. I'm going to study anything new. That's part of the role of the youth in technology. Right here. If you can't hear me, just holler. Been fighting a little bit of crud these days. So we are where tech companies go to grow. And that's a great, wonderful thing, but what does that really mean? We are an accelerator for technology. We help technologists take their cool idea and transform it into a compelling business proposition. We are a 501c3, and we are here for the purpose of creating jobs here in the Houston area. So we exist for the very purpose that you're here today, to ensure that you are moving forward and giving the opportunities and being exposed to opportunities to help you land the next job. Oh, that's right. Thanks. So we are industry focused here. As you would expect, we work largely in energy, and that is the largest part of our vertical industry support here in the Plant Acceleration Program. And that means any kind of energy, so upstream, midstream, downstream, as mentioned. We have a life sciences program that also includes health IT and biosciences and biotech and pharma and cancer therapies and different types of processes, procedures, and systems that can reinforce our healthcare options. We have an IT practice as well, aerospace, and nanotechnology. The top three are basically where the largest group of those client companies fit in our portfolio. So here's just a little bit of our impact. We've helped create thousands of companies in our lifespan. We have a client acceleration program that allows companies to go through a process that I'll talk about in just a second that can help them develop their compelling business proposition. So what are they really going to offer the marketplace at the end, right? And we work with many players in the community, of which I'll mention those also. So what does HTC do for you? And how can we help you today here at this meeting with your agenda? Because you all have personal agendas. You're all striving to find a new goal or find a new niche or find a technology maybe to commercialize. Well, we help you, as you will do in your elevator pitches, develop your compelling business proposition. What monetary value do you bring to a potential employer? What monetary value does your company bring to a potential customer? We help you test the theories around maintaining your competitive edge in your business proposition, as well as we help clarify your strategy. So we have a proven methodology that helps develop entrepreneurs who have unique ideas and concepts and systems to really define how they can take that to the marketplace, just like you. How you can engage with potential employer or potential new company, or maybe you're going to be a part of a board or advisory board. How do you get involved with the right people that can help you make the best decisions that you can make for yourself? We also are a clearinghouse, or a hub, as Dick mentioned, so that we can attract customers, we can attract industry, we can attract strategic investors, we can attract mentors, professional service providers, because all of us are going to need assistance, whether that's personal development assistance, whether that's public speaking, whether that's taking your technology to market, whether that's developing your market strategy or your pricing strategy, or how you're going to just do your revenue model, how you're going to sell yourself or sell your company or sell your technology. And so we have a lot of benefits to clients that are a part of our portfolio. We'll talk about what that means to be a client. There are benefits to engaging with Houston Technology Center as an individual. There's also benefits to engaging with us as a technology company. So how many of you are interested or involved in or might want to be an entrepreneur on your own? There's a well, maybe one. It's a small, unsure hand over the corner. So that's maybe not a tricky issue. You really want to get involved with that industry. Is that correct? Yes? Everybody wants full time? Yep. Got it. So, okay, so I'm going to skip over some of this just to make it relevant to you, if you don't mind. So I am going to step back to this. We have an intake criteria, and so part of what we do at the Houston Technology Center, we do a number of things. We are the hub that Nick has mentioned for bringing together and aggregating industry with advisors, with mentors, with technology companies, with investors, with any kind of stakeholder that plays in our industry. So aggregating these together, we utilize that pool of expertise to help the client companies that we're working with. So you yourself in here trying to figure out what's next in the game plan, you might want to get involved in doing a number of these capacities here at the Houston Technology Center. So we look for companies specifically to go through our client program that have unique technologies that are going to be based here in Houston, that are going to create jobs and wealth for this region, that are going to scale up technology and really make an impact in the industry. So that's intriguing to you. We have over 70 companies in our portfolio that we are helping them develop their commercial market strategies so that they can be successful. They're all in various stages of development. Some are early stage, some are, most of them are pre-ready, most. They're developing their teams. They're looking for intellectual capital, i.e. they're looking for talent. They're looking for mentors, advisors, board members, anyone that can be an educated mind to help them grow their company. In saying that, many of the industry professionals that we work with, such as yourself, volunteer their time, and volunteering offers you an opportunity to be exposed to a lot of opportunity. So with that, we go to the next slide. Talk about this and then we'll go on to what I was going to say. Each one of our clients do get a seed investment from Bob McNair, owner of the Texans. Sorry, they didn't make it to the Super Bowl. They do get $25,000 in the form of a warrant that they are allowed to use in whatever capacity they want to purpose forward their company's growth. So Bob McNair has had a lot of opportunities to, or has given our companies a lot of opportunities to really get a good foot on the ground. $25,000 is a much big get you somewhere. We are an aggregator, as it said, of different organizations that play in this ecosystem. So getting involved with the Houston Technology Center is real important because we bring together so many other organizations that can help you identify opportunities for you going forward. Whether that's through the Great Houston Partnership, or through the universities, or through other business accelerators that help companies grow their businesses. It takes the ecosystem that Nick mentioned to really help the portfolio companies that we're working with. So you being a part and playing a role in being involved with HTC could be a benefit to you, be a benefit to our clients, and be a benefit to our industry. All of these organizations, I believe, currently are connected on our website, so if you're interested in getting involved with any one of those, or you could talk to Nick or I. Here are just some recent successes. We want to see tech companies grow. That's our role here in the city, and so we've had a few of those recently, and in the past, we've had companies have major acquisitions. We've had companies graduate and being acquired or have an IPO or some liquidity event. We've had companies that have been absorbed into other companies, and so really kind of morphed and made something bigger and better than what they originally came to the table with. And we'd love to have more entrepreneurs. So if you're, again, interested in that ecosystem, we have connections to resources that would expose you to opportunities that you could take and look at technologies that you could license to start your own company. Through the SPE program, there are lots of ways to gain support around that, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. Number of ways that you can get involved that help you in your transition where you're at right now. So at the very center of what we do is based around helping these tech companies grow. But as we mentioned, we need that ecosystem of intellectual capital and connections and resources and funding and test beds and prototypes and development. We need all that to do what we do so that we do. We need you to, excuse me, we need you to support what we're trying to do here, and in doing so, create jobs for this region, or a bigger plan, if you will. So we have a lot of opportunities for you to get engaged. So let me start at the bottom. Some of you might have taken a wonderful retirement package and just been staying along, which is great. And you might have the ability and the interest in making some investments in some companies. You might want to go a little seed investment. If you're an angel investor, you might get involved with the Houston Angel Network. We can help you navigate the path to reach that next one. You might find you just want to be contribute to the community and get involved in the community, be made more aware of what's being commercialized and opportunities for you in the future. And there's ways to stay engaged with that period of HTC. Just being a community member. We have 2 buildings, 50,000 square feet, for an opportunity for you to maybe set up an individual office. So you're not working out of your back home office, or you're not in the garage doing what you're doing. You have a place to go every day, and it keeps you in the habit of being out there in the industry and in the community. We have advisors and service providers and volunteers. Now, we group those all in the same. Some of you might have exceptional marketing skills, or maybe you're a CPA, or maybe you're an analyst. Whatever it is you do, there's ways that you can contribute to helping the tech companies grow and finding opportunities for yourselves. We have different forms of volunteers that can lend their technical and business expertise to the tech companies. And by doing that volunteering and that mentoring and that advising, hopefully you're exposed to a bigger ecosystem that you'll be able to talk to the next advisor and the next advisor and say, hey, I'm looking for my next opportunity, or I'm interested in getting involved in this type of company. So it builds your professional system, your professional ecosystem, so that you can advance to your next stage in life. There's different areas of need in the volunteer opportunities. Those could be mentors that come to weekly meetings, to monthly meetings. You might want to have your type of person that can do maybe more one-on-one. Maybe you have 12 hours a week to dedicate to volunteering, or 1.5 hours. Or maybe you can be available to look at a certain type of technology and help us make an educated decision. Is this a thumbs-up technology that can really help scale, or is this kind of something that's been done in the marketplace and won't make a big difference if we can commercialize it and take it to market? So lots of ways for engagement for you to, again, advance yourself that contribute to developing tech companies there in the community. We love networking, and that's kind of the really important avenue that HTC provides for many of us, actually. Whether you're developing your personal careers, whether you're taking your technology to market, whether you are just wanting to retire and you just want to get back and stay kind of intellectually stimulated. There's lots of ways to stay engaged with us. So we call it a Tech Champ program. And the Tech Champ program is really to provide some networking, some awareness of what's going on in technology and entrepreneurship in the community. It's meant to educate, to give you new technologies that are being put into the marketplace. It's to expose you to a networking event that will allow you to set your card and say, hey, this is what I do, what do you do? So it helps to build your professional ecosystem as well. We have Tech Champ meetings here in this room every month or so. We also have them all across the city because we have other remote campuses. We have a campus here in East Woodlands. It's called HTC North. And HTC North is a partnership that we have with the Houston Advanced Research Center. And HARP, otherwise known as HARP, is an organization that helps develop technologies as well. So we partnered with them. We have a great facility up in the Woodlands. If you're interested, you can connect on our website. If you live out on the south side, we have a Tech Champ meeting on the south side, specifically geared for new space, aerospace, kind of commercial development in that arena, but not holistically. So we bring in other companies as well. So if you're in the Clear Lake area, we actually have one coming up this next Thursday, the 9th. And they're minimal cost that you engage with a new set of connections. That's really what you want. You want to expand your connections, you want to expand your base so that they can help you get you to where you want to be. We are so pleased that we opened just recently on HTC West, and that is in the Energy Corridor. It is at the Public Square campus, which used to be the old Exxon Chemical facility. It is just open. We have a phenomenal individual named Mike Mueller who works beside Nick to help accelerate and grow tech companies there. We'll be starting Tech Champ meetings out on the west side as well. They're pretty much plug and play. You can be a Tech Champ member, you get all these for free. If you do a small annual sponsorship or a small annual membership, or you can just pay them all apart. They're the ones you're interested in or that are just down the road. Totally up to you. The agenda changes from month to month. We want to keep it fresh. We want to keep it competitive, so we keep it fresh for you and for individuals who want to get involved. So this is also on our website, HoustonTech.org. I encourage every one of you to become a Tech Champ member. By attending today, and our receptionist is probably going to kill me, but if you're attending today and you want to come to a free Tech Champ, just go out to the receptionist after this and say, hey, Mary Ann said that I can get a free Tech Champ registration. And then entitled you to attend one of these for free. Anyone that you want to go to, just ask the receptionist. Again, my name is Mary Ann. I'll forewarn her, so it's okay. How to connect. So lots of ways, as I mentioned, to connect with us. We talk to Nick or I. We have about 20 staff in the building. Our role is to basically work with these client companies, and in doing so, we need a bigger ecosystem, and that involves you. So I set out my card. So you're welcome to take a card, and a card. Yay! So I'm the COO at HTC, so I get to do a whole bunch of fun things. Nick specifically oversees our energy practice, so if he's your guy, and don't flood him with too many emails, but set up a connection. There are so many ways that you can get engaged with us that will really, really, really expose you to a group that you may not have been exposed to before, that you also might find another opportunity to engage with a new company. Certainly we're all over the social media. Our email is, our website is houstontech.org. We are a 501c3. We are industry supported, which means Shell and Chevron, and some of the names Nick has mentioned, you might have seen on the wall when you first came in. They support us to do what we do, to create jobs for you, your industry. So it's very cyclical. We engage them, they engage us, they engage you. So it's a big ecosystem that we're driving towards. As I mentioned, we have several campuses. We each do something a little bit different, but holistically we are all alike. If you connect with one of us, you kind of connect with all of us. So don't feel like you have to just go to one place to get feedback or interest. And let me move to the last one. Oh, there was the last one. And I would love to engage with many of you. Unfortunately, I have that lady back there, and so you might have to step out. But it has been such a pleasure to work with you, talk with you today. I hope that we have a chance to work with you as a volunteer, as a mentor, as a tech champ. And stay engaged with HTC. Don't let this be the one time you come here, because it really can propel you forward. We have such a great group of dynamic individuals and staff, as well as new leadership, and look forward to seeing you at a tech camp, which next week will be on the 9th, and it's going to be in Clear Lake. So Clear Lake is that way she's going to be. And so if you're interested in that one, again, there's going to be others coming up. Be the receptionist, she'll give you that free tech camp registration ticket, and you'll have another day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure. Definitely looking forward to connecting. And on behalf of the SPE Golf section, we'd like to present you a certificate of appreciation.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for coming. I'm looking forward to it. And my best, but I didn't present the certificate of appreciation speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Kumar.
Yeah. The other company was process technology for optimizing water flow. Sorry we can't hang around, but you know, our business has a big one of it. And budget and detail and thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Thanks, I would like to move forward with our first, second celebration speech. Short introduction about yourself, about your background, your experience, and we'd like to all that on the table and introduce each other. I would like to start with Steve Karen.
Good morning. My name is Steve Karen. I just finished a 27-year career with Schlumberger as an operations manager, business development manager. Do you need this to start?
Yeah.
Oh, for our webinar. Oh, I apologize. Is it on?
It is.
Okay. So I just finished a 27-year career with Schlumberger. I specialized in business development. I was working overseas in Indonesia and Australia, coming back here to Houston. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to apply my talents to companies going forward. The way I bring value to businesses is to bring technology and business development to where the rubber hits the road in the field. So in my previous positions, I've worked in remote areas, Wyoming, Sumatra, and Australia, and Jakarta as well. And there's always a challenge when you've got some good technology, but you've got an existing way of doing business to bring the value into the organization. And I've done that in many ways, and I look forward to doing that in the future. I'm here today to fish out and see what small companies might be able to benefit from my advice, my leadership, possibly volunteering, possibly investing, to thank you.
I'm Dale Brown. So, my background is in reservoir management, planning reserves. Worked for Chevron for 45 years. Now I'm looking for opportunities to assist smaller companies grow their production reserves. And there's many sort of consult the 3 different companies I'm working with now, which is giving me good sitting and interesting things to do. So continue to look at both those areas and do what they say.
My name is Cheryl Morrison. I'm retired from consumer work and everything, and so I think it's something that I am seeking currently. I have 37 years of experience, so growing the whole gamut. I'm currently seeking more of a growing engineering position for industry experience, and helping small buildings, small medium companies who, apply what I know, help them grow, bring in new technology, find new systems. Thanks.
Hello everyone, Jeffrey Williams, with the software years experience in the industry. Background basically as an engineering manager, level manager, service integrator, something that I'm passionate about. Enjoy meeting teams, helping along as well as professionals, interested in seeking opportunity to small and medium-sized companies. Develop their conventional or unconventional resources. Just returned also from the project enjoying the presentations today, giving some ideas to perhaps years.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Armando Perez. I have been working on Hollywood for the last 28 years. They was they helped I started to start after MBA and seeing that. Of course, my experience has been with employees, management, and also my position also in technology development, as a manager for developing new tools for the and my interest is always to try to get means also
my name is Louis Olati. I'm in 5 years of experience in the industry. Previously worked for Sunlight and DP. My last job was in UK also yes. Worked in Alaska and I was a lead representing because of development in Alaska. 5 or 6 years ago, I moved back to Houston, and in Houston, I was involved in, I've been involved in the convention. So, then you should be more people. And then I think we have talking about just for right now. I'm thinking that the one in position. I'll be part of small what years also so I think if anything comes up in that area.
So, I'm Joe, and just brother Sandman. This is the first time I've seen this segment, which is for a lot of you. Thank you.
My name is Ken. I'm not actually but this video research on and the anatomy of the shell. It's been really interesting. About technology and dynamics of the shell.
Hello, my name is Chris. I actually certified director for completion down the group and research and development. My background is process and equipment engineering. So I'm My name is Jamie. I've been in the industry a little over 10 years now. Started out color and pressure pumping, and most recently composite solutions department for some experience with right hands and conventionals. It's been doing a little bit of consulting work for a startup, which has been really interesting. Started with absolutely nothing. Really, I think that's what we're really trying to look at. Small companies, private companies, really interesting. My name is Ronald Chicago. I've been in the oil and gas industry for 5 years. Right now, I'm in the license so I usually contribute to the
So, my experience offshore is I'm actually trying to transfer outdoor skills and engineering skills to offshore, especially in front of the that's the shape of actually out there. Back in the early 90s, it was very dangerous. If I want to make it really out,
I just got it wrong. I really don't know what I wanted until 2 years ago. My background in mechanical in my training never wanted to work to do a business, but a few years later I'm here now. What I'm really passionate about at the end of the day is knowledge development. I spent my whole career developing new things out of scratch, just solving ideas and problems. And I had a lot of trouble trying to articulate what I really want to do. And I think I'm getting to it at the end of the day. I was involved in developing technology for a lot of projects. My one is deep water, where the high-tech stuff is, where the operations are really complex and I enjoy that. But I realized at the end of the day that we are in the energy business, we're wasting a lot of money redoing things and relearning stuff, and that is my passion. Optimization of work processes, optimization of what you want to do, and that's what I'd like to do in the next few years. Thank you.
I'm only in entrepreneurship. I've been 27 years in the industry, worked with Amazon, manufacturer, and my recent job was Saco, working mainly in Africa, international, asset manager for Singapore. I've also worked in MBA, so I'm looking to apply the technology environment.
Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Henry. We've been 8 years in Chile. Just got back from Kuala Lumpur. We're implementing the Chile's first EOR for the offshore. I was a business opportunity manager over there. And actually, my passion is more on field development, bringing technology and field development. So that's what I've done. Worked around 3 continents, more than 9 countries, different projects. Implementing both unconventional and conventional.
My name is Amy Henry. My background Malaysia, so the last year's working for. I work both with IOCs, NOCs, and consultancy. So I worked with Shell, I worked with Trillium on their acquisition in Canada, the largest LNG project with conventional DNA capability development, business, right commercial model for them as well. So worked with Shell previously, and formerly of retail. I worked going into the chief portfolio side there. I work with Shell mainly with the Shell Technology Ventures Company, development of their proprietary technology, venturing out with getting capital funds to on scale, large scale business organizations, as well as having collaboration. At that time, at Halliburton and the two. So before I left Malaysia, I started to work with small middle market companies because during the downturn, we had oilfield service companies at a local level that were publicly traded companies, and they were just becoming. So how do you work with them on how operational model needs to change? How they go about, doing small steps of making that transition, working with private equity, and when we get moved over here, also been connected up with some teams that were active positions to private equity firms here in Houston, so helping the teams. Most teams will have, most part, have a good solid technical team. Good commercial sometimes, but understanding how they present themselves to the investor community, what are they looking for, how do they tell their story, why as an investor would they want to invest in them. So, and I'm continuing to do that, meeting with other startups. Sometimes I volunteer my time. So I'm also a CPA, so like I said, my background is finance, commercial, kind of a broad spectrum of
My name is Ray. I'm a critical engineer. 25 something years experience. I worked with hardware companies, and then I worked with for 2 years, learning about commercial side of the industry. Since last year, I've been working on this stuff. Worked with a startup in startup. Did active exploration nature. In Alaska, I did some validation of groundfield performance in Russia last summer. And my passion is looking at assets, and finding ways to improve performance and looking at how we can add to the reserve.
I'm Larry Adam. I really had to do a lot of drilling operations projects and low learning projects. They also work at any technology company providing mobile solutions. I spent 8 years in the military working at the field engineering company. We're putting a broad operations background in full-time MBA students focusing on finance and entrepreneurship to leverage my operations and really sound finance skills, looking for opportunities and strategy consulting and budgeting.
Good morning, my name is Joe. We presented May 2015 Oilfield Manufacturing University. Before finishing engineering school, I was competing for shale and utility construction. That was pretty much working in the faculty that I wanted to know. And I'm currently teaching the entry-level position in third level for I have 10 years in industry. At the moment, I try to do my master's in engineering. I wrote the book around the world to my background is drilling completion. I designed well, like houses and the company. That's great to see all of you.
And I'm vice president of engineering at and also the chair of the committee for the Entrepreneurship Committee, and this is our 1-year anniversary. So we and if this is your time to attend, we'll get to meet some of these people. We try to support each other. We really like to learn each other's stories so that we can help each other in speaking this moment. So take this time to network and really enjoy it. And we do have some other speakers here today that we didn't expect our first 2 speakers to be done in 45 minutes. So you get more than ample time to enjoy your lunch today before our next speaker arrives. We can take turns speaking to each other. Right? Stop right now and enjoy this lunch. We're gonna oh yeah, I'm sure.
Mexico, so different targets. So yeah, so
I wish I weren't with the model full. Hopefully I can keep the energy levels up.
Yeah, you know, the Super Bowl is coming. How was the drive?
It wasn't too bad. Actually, I was here earlier. Yeah, let's just use the power. And this will be the microphone?
Yes, it's a microphone. It's off. Give me 5 minutes. I will introduce you to the public. And we don't have a pointer, so you have to use it. Oh, if you want, I can help you. Just go forward. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. We are about to start.
So this should work.
Hey, whatever.
Oh.
With a pleasure. With a pleasure, I would like to introduce Mr. Pedro Santos. He is a serial engineer and technology and entrepreneur. He conceived the Kickers, is a term of multi-phase compression technology, and has pioneered the additional technological development in CNG for bulk transport. He currently holds 4 issued patents and more than 19 pending applications. Mr. Santos has received numerous technical awards, including the Garadia Innovation Prize, and was named by the Ford as one of its 30s and the 30th award in the field of energy in 2011. Mr. Santos holds a Bachelor of Science degree in engineering from Pontificia Universidad Católica Madre Maestra, a Bachelor in International Business from Rochester Institute of Technology, and MBA from MIT Sloan School of Management. With a pleasure, I would like to invite Mr. Santos to the stage, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I hope you guys have a lot of questions for me today, because my slides are not going to be too many, so I hope to take the discussion wherever it's most useful to you all. I'll give you a bit of an introduction of what I did with HiCore, and then currently actually as of March of 2016 actually working on a new venture. And I'll provide a bit of a brief introduction of how we're working on it. We're still operating deeply in stealth mode, but it's quite exciting. My name is Pedro Santos, and as mentioned, I was born and raised in the Dominican Republic and came to the U.S. about 10 years ago. And I had done entrepreneurship a while back, but my origins related to compressors in particular. When I was 6 years old, I actually tore apart my first compressor and engine. My father was an English-brand distributor, and that's how I started working with mechanical devices, and basically worked as a mechanical assistant, parts picker and mover, and as an actual field compressor technician, and then started working in application engineering, and slowly moved up the value chain on compressors until I eventually went to MIT, completed my degree, and started a new compressor technology company with some inspiration that I found while I was studying there. So a bit on the company, and for those of you that have been in the oil field for a while, the way that you normally produce the onshore fields is that you take everything to the surface and typically have a combination of oil and gas and water in different ratios and different compositions within. But you basically separate first, and then you take the gas either down a pipeline through a compressor first, or you flare it, and then the oil or the liquids, you're either going to truck them out of there or, again, pump them into a pipeline. And the concept behind the multi-phase compressor for HiCore is that we're able to take liquids, also combinations of liquids and gas together. But it's actually a compressor, so a lot of people think of a multi-phase pump. We're actually effectively a compressor, so we do compress the gaseous portion, and then we are going to energize the liquid portion and then inject everything from the machine.
without going too far in depth on the technology and the origins of compressors in general, but compressors have been around for quite a while. Basically, mid-17th century is when the first functional reciprocating piston compressor was invented in Germany, and perhaps there's references for even earlier than that, but that was the earliest understood concept. And then about 200 years later, you had a lot of devices that started making a lot of these compressors practical. So you can imagine the difficulty of a compressor if you don't have a roller bearing, for example, supporting the crankshaft, and elements like that. So a lot of the early inventions took a long time to become practical. And then once you have a commercial innovation that rivals that piston, so at the wellhead you had a lot of screw compressors come up, but that was over 50 years ago. And that was really the last major technology innovation, with a slight adaptation in '68 by a company called Ariel that is now the market leader, that basically did a modification to how the cylinders were cooled. So my company, I started when I was still completing my degree at MIT back in 2009. Actually gathered the courage at a Thanksgiving event, and after about half a bottle, maybe a whole bottle of wine, then had the courage to approach other people and say, hey, I'm doing this crazy idea, and I'm going to go into the business plan competition. I need people who understand oil and gas, because I think there's a need, but I have never touched the oil field in my life, and all I know about it is from books. So I'd love to team up with somebody, and then teamed up with a couple of guys that were formerly in Shell and Schlumberger, went through the business plan competitions, had some success. The original business plan was we're going to license from somebody else and then do a couple of innovations that we're combining from the labs at MIT, and then realized that, oh, that wasn't going to work, because the licensing, the technologies we wanted to license actually looked really good from outside. When we looked inside, it's not going to work for the kind of market and process needs that we have. So at that time, the team went from 3, and after winning some of these business plan competitions, the team went from 3 people down to 1, because I was the only one who didn't go for a real job as a backup plan. So then it's like, oh, okay, well, doesn't work. See you. And then, so that was me back in middle of 2010. So I went into the MIT libraries and started looking at different concepts from the 19th century. There was a really cool set of magazines at that time, or publication, the Mechanics magazine. So this is where anybody who had a new concept, and that was like the tech industry of the time. So the Googles of the world, they were all thinking about steam engines and mechanical devices. But what happens is that materials in manufacturing at that time hadn't evolved as much. And I found a couple of concepts that were very promising, and that's really how the origins of the technology started. Out of an 1816 design for a rotary steam engine that looks very different now, but that's how it started. Got venture capital funding from Energy Ventures and Chevron late 2011 after 18 months of no salary. So just for you to know, it was very easy. It only took me 42 rejections from venture capital funds before I got the first ones to say, yes, we support it. And then since then, we actually have built multiple prototypes, have actually brought in a more mature team that had experience in actually developing technology and taking it to market. From a technical side, and more recently on the commercial side, we did our first field trial, keeping in mind that the concept started in November of 2009. Actual work on the technological concept, not the market concept, started in May of 2010. Funding came in basically end of the year of 2011, so it was a little bit over 4 years before we could actually get something proven and tested field for the first time. So technology entrepreneurship takes a while. Part of the reason that not all investors are easily able to understand how the impact, or when you model something, but it's part of the fun as well, going through that process. So the product starts off with a very raw concept, and this is something that after we thought we could figure out the mechanics and how it worked, we didn't really have a lot of money to put the prototype together. So we took a piece of pipe, we cut it in the middle of the night, because the MIT labs weren't used in the middle of the night, so we got a piece of pipe. We between multiple people, got that piece of pipe and mounted it on one of the machines and cut it until we had a section, and then we welded everything there over the course of weeks, and it was terrible looking, but it was a great proof of concept for the mechanical device and how it worked. But afterwards, we actually brought in a professional CTO. He had been the chief engineer in Textron, and decided to join this startup as the last thing he wanted to do. He was tired of big corporate life. Actually wanted to do something that was a lot more hands-on, and helped us build that second generation unit that actually had proper engineering methods and standards and repeatability, and that was with venture capital money. The first one was with our whatever we could cobble together. And then it took a couple of additional versions where we're progressing from, Unit 2 worked a limit of 17 hours. Unit 3 validated a couple of the key components that had failed early in Unit 2. So Units 4 and 5 that are the next generation, that one, after it did 3,000 hours, over 1,000 hours, the last run we did was continuous for over 1,000 hours. I said, well, I think it's looking good. So then we basically went ahead and built Unit 6, which was the third generation unit, and that's the one that we took to the field in September of last year in the Eagleford. And that's where we are in the middle of field trials and generating some attractive trials. It's still an early unit, so it's got a lot more sensors and a lot more stuff than we'd normally see in the final unit. But the story came in when we moved into our lab in Houston. This is once we actually were in a good lab. Before that, we were in Boston, and we called our lab the dungeon because literally it's whatever we could get for $500 a month in Boston. That really gets you basically the crawl spaces that people shouldn't even lease to us because probably they were exposed to a lot of liability. But hey, we got them, and we made it work. We couldn't build, when you're building a mechanical device, it's basically a weapon. Really bad joke, civil engineers make targets, mechanical engineers make weapons. But we basically had to build a ballistic wall, and because we didn't have the money, we had to be very creative in how we did it. So we basically took cinder blocks and got them so that the seams wouldn't overlap, and then filled the center with sand, because when we calculated, as long as you hit two of these densities, right, so you hit the basic wall, which will solve a lot of the basic stuff, and the sand is really what slows down the projectiles. So if something exploded, it would really, really hurt, but it probably wouldn't kill it. And we say probably because that's as far as we went. We didn't really want to investigate that too hard, but had a good order of magnitude safety there. But when that's all you can afford, and as a small company and your liability exposure, and this is something that if Chevron would have never been able to put a single dime behind us, because if we actually had run that, once we have Chevron involved, we would have been in serious trouble by breaking every imaginable HC rule. So sometimes you have to be very creative on how you achieve a result. It was actually quite safe. We're an order of magnitude safer from anything that would even create a scratch on you. So for it to penetrate, it would have to be equivalent to a 45 cal bullet. And it's not that easy to generate out of a device, but those are some of the innovations. And then we took our entire team, moved them down to Houston once we had venture capital money, and started with a blank slate. And we built a complete test cell that would normally cost $3 million. We're actually able to build it for about $400,000 because we engineered a lot of the stuff ourselves, and we had to figure things out because we also were raising money, but we didn't have an endless budget. So being very creative, cutting through a lot of the paperwork that you would have to get some external validator to approve an API. Well, this is not an API flow loop, and that's not what you want. You basically want something that will prove that the device works, that you need somebody that actually understands what's going on in order to measure and validate the results. But that's what you can get with a customized flow loop there. And that was great for doing all of our internal lab work. So this is just a brief overview there. May of 2014 was when we tested our Unit 4 for the first time, and then that's the unit that did over 3,000 hours. So that one was very exciting to break the limits. By the way, the first prototype lasted a whole revolution and a half before a part exploded, so that ballistic wall was very useful. We had a piece of bearing stuck in the middle of a cinder block, and it worked. So just fun stuff in the mechanical devices space. So when you think about compressors, compressors have a pretty broad application. Actually have a huge number of different markets and things you can do with compressors. But when you're thinking about a company, be it a technology company or whatever, you have to focus. And we have to pick some part of it that we thought would make sense. Well, the place where we had the most direct impact was actually in upstream. Because in a lot of other applications, like in air compressors, yes, if the air compressor is important and it'd be really cool to have new technology, but your $100,000 air compressor feeds a $1 billion refinery, they're not going to take any risk with that device. Whereas in upstream, if we are the machine, the production machine on the surface, and everything else is gone, then that means that we are the factory, we are the refinery. So we can then justify creating a substantial impact on the results for the customer. And that's really why we decided that, hey, upstream is a really good application for what we think we can deliver. And then you start reducing what's the real addressable market. So you go from a massive compressor market down to a smaller focus within the energy space. Then you look at upstream, and then within upstream you look at what's addressable by multi-phase, keeping in mind that multi-phase as a sector, you're not going to get a market report that says, hey, the multi-phase compressor market is a $4 billion opportunity. So you got to build it from the bottom up. When you try to aggregate a lot of well data and then plot the results that you would expect and why you'd be able to beat on the returns for your customers, right? You'd be able to beat the incumbent technology, and that's a carve out of space. So in this case, we said, well, there are a lot of compressors out there that are designed for dry applications that are being put with applications that have a lot of wet gas, either that condenses in between the stages or that actually carries small amounts of liquid with it. And you see valves explode, and you see this compressor down every week, a couple of times a week. So those are really good applications because if your compressor is designed to operate with liquid inside, then having a little bit of liquid spray makes no difference to the function. And that was the easiest application we could go and target, just customers that had it. It's a low-value customer because if they were having a well that was only operational 50% of the time, usually we would say that's a really bad well. Well, those are the customers that you have to start when you look at disruptive technology. You're not going to start from the crown jewels of somebody's operations. But we identified 4 key applications where, for example, we have the immediate one, which is basically at the wellhead production. That's where we deal with the most and earliest impact. And if something has to be repaired or serviced or inspected, it's very easy to do at the wellhead. So that's where we started in Eagle Ford. But you can see that in the long term, you have applications that are enabled by a device that is fundamentally simpler and more efficient that you can actually take offshore or subsea, where you save energy, you save a lot of the balance systems, and you make an overall solution that's different. But that takes a little bit of a longer time to get there. So maybe 7 to 10 years after you're actually commercial, maybe you're allowed to provide an application for subsea or apply to be a subsea machine. But that's part of what you have to think about when you're developing new or technology entrepreneurship, that you need to have your immediate market, your easy targets, and then scale over time and be able to identify that you can engage and create some massive opportunities, but you're not going to do it overnight. So I started the company. Part of that was I was very committed to doing something in the energy space. Had gotten a little bit of exposure to what was going on unconventional. When I was at MIT, they did a study that was the future of natural gas, and they had a lot of data contributed by over a dozen companies, and the resource was there, and the technology was rapidly, at that time already, people had realized, well, unconventional gas is here to stay. But when you looked at how, if you were to scale that technology across different fields, you have what you have today, which is a future where it's very hard to imagine a $6 gas price, at least in our professional lives, because there's a lot of gas out there you can produce at $6. Right? You're seeing a very sticky, even with all the shortages and everybody cutting back on everything, it still didn't break the $4 number, which would have been a very low gas price 10 years ago. So I brought in the first victim, who was one of my colleagues at MIT, a very smart, focused mechanical engineer that had done some good stuff. Also because if I were to go out to a professional and tell him, hey, I am a I'm an MBA student, I have this really neat idea, and I'm from the Dominican Republic, so I don't even know if I'll be able to stay in this country for another year and a half. But, you know, come on and let's start a company and see what happens. Right? So certainly somebody that trusts you, that's worked with you in school, and you basically know that you can work together, and he brings in and complements a lot of the things that you don't have. In my case, I didn't have the ability to do the in-depth FEA and everything you need to properly design a device. I can tell you conceptually, empirically, how everything is going to work and have a really good intuition, but to actually design the tolerances for drive shaft, that's not what I was taught to do. So I had to bring that on board, and then bring in a little bit of financial discipline when you bring in the venture investors. And eventually the company matures enough that you go through a transition, and that's a transition that I went. We started an executive search in October of 2015 because we knew that we were going to be in the field very soon. So getting ahead of that, then identified somebody who had been in the compression field, had a lot of success commercially. We have a really good technical team, and then my knowledge comes in on the early stage commercialization and development and creation of the company. But I've never commercialized a compressor services, a compressor company before. This is where I brought a great guy by the name of Bill Sayre to take over, and then I've remained on the board, and I remain very actively involved whenever and wherever necessary, but moved on to a following opportunity. In all cases, when you're dealing with technology, what matters, and you have to have a you have to be very honest with yourself of whether you're going to be able to achieve real economic results. Different from some industries where you can make up a number, and because you're not held to laws of physics or realities of systems, then anything can work, right? So if you think about the tech industry, I created an app, and you can make a lot of things work in software, and you have no limits on scalability. Gross margin is 99.9% because it doesn't really cost you much to add another users. With mechanical devices, it's very different because you do have laws of physics, and in energy, you have laws of physics that constrain what you can do. So you can't say I'm going to be 10 times more efficient when you're already at 30%. That's not physically possible, although there are always perpetual motion devices that show up every once in a while. But you have boundaries that set your system, and you basically need to have a really good discussion and analysis on your financial side to see what kind of impact you generate for your customers. And part of what we do is because we dramatically simplify the amount of time and the engineering that we need on the wellhead, we can actually aggregate and put into production stuff a lot quicker with a lot fewer resources and practically no other equipment on the wellhead other than the tree and our compressor package. And then you're basically flowing 10, 15, 20, 30 miles down to a centralized location. And what's happened with unconventional, because you have these very, very fast decline rates, is that you have a really good idea when you set up a flow station what you're roughly going to produce based on how many wells you're going to drill. You don't know how much you're going to produce per well, which on an aggregate, you have a pretty good understanding of what's going to come into that central location. So that's where we come in. We're basically, you know that one or two of our units are going to solve the problem and are going to be there for 10 years. And that's our proposal. So you have a 3-inch flow line that'll be operating in multi-phase conditions, but relatively high pressure, so it'll be designed to slug if necessary and move it to a centralized facility. That's the ideal greenfield application. Brownfield applications where you have areas that are suffering because you have lines that are condensing, so you're going to have multi-phase conditions in the lines anyways that were, because of a problem calculating, they're not going to change their entire field. Well, you pick out a couple of problem wells in that field that can make a difference, and then that gives you a couple of the easier brownfield applications. But it all comes back to a financial analysis and what kind of impact you have to the producer. And the fact that oil prices completely collapsed was actually beneficial to us attracting attention from the end users, because when you had something that can give another 10% IRR, but the producer was already making 120% IRR on the wells, they're not going to pay attention to you. When they're barely breaking even, and then you give them 10, 15, 20% extra IRR, that makes a hell of a difference on the viability of that producer. So you start getting a lot more attention. But always bring it back to the financial impact that your technology is going to have. Better efficiency is really cool. If you can't translate it into dollars for your customer, it's not going to have any long-term viability. And you may be lucky, but your most likely not going to have a lot of customers or repeat customers after they see that the cool factor doesn't really translate into money. So when you think about energy technology development and pretty broadly as a commercialization process, and energy technology is the disruption is not necessarily that you come up with day one with the thing that's going to be the technology of the future. You actually start off with something that's pretty ugly, that's probably not as high for performance as you wanted, but it's well matched to the applications that nobody else wants to touch because they're extremely problematic for the current users. So you're actually playing to your technology's strengths even when you're not fully developed. If you have a well that's basically down 50% of the time, if you're down only 30% of the time, it's actually pretty freaking good. You have 40% more production just right off the top. And the customer has, you initially expose them where they have very little to lose, so that's a really good application initially. Most wells are actually well operated and don't have that problem. But as you scale up and you mature your technology and you get better performance, then you slowly start getting the better and better customers until eventually you have a scale that incumbent cannot change the direction of what their performance does. That's the overall concept. And this I borrowed from Clay Christensen, who's a professor at Harvard. And he talks about the innovator's dilemmas, if you want to read a really nice book. It actually talks about many different industries where this happens over and over again. Happened in the digital camera industry, happened with light bulbs, happened with watches. So it happens in so many different industries the exact same way because incumbents are forced based on the system to act in a particular way. And it's very hard to see an incumbent that's willing to self-cannibalize, and if they do, sometimes the CEO has a very short expiration date. As some of the utility CEOs found out when they wanted to be very innovative with going down renewables and losing money initially. Maybe they'll make money someday, but the investors aren't really all that patient. So the incumbents are locked in a particular position that is hard to move from. It's not that they're not smart. Actually, a lot of extremely smart people in the incumbents, but they're really stuck. And that's where you, as a startup and as a technology disruptor, you can actually plan your path and not have to follow the paradigms where they have to. So I mentioned that I was starting a new company, and my focus right now is on CNG and how we can fill the gap with a lot of stranded resources worldwide. So looking at a lot of opportunities, for example, offshore West Africa, it's not economical for you to build a 20-kilometer flow line off to pick up 10 million cubic feet a day offshore Nigeria. It's just nobody would even dream of building a flow line there, so you're just going to flare. So you have a stranded field there or stranded associated gas, and then you have markets that are starving for gas nearby. So you have Ghana, you have Cote d'Ivoire, they have a shortage of gas, they're burning oil. So very different opportunity. I think there's a lot of opportunities throughout the world where you have the same cases where you have a lot of majors that drill the well and, oh crap, we found gas. No, get past and just leave it. And sometimes they found a lot of gas, right? And just, no, we can't do anything with it. So working on how to solve this, and high level, the objective, and this is a 2022 objective. So right now what we can build is a CNG carrier that's about $600 a million BTU, so a little bit over 8 times what an LNG carrier does. And the concept here is that CNG is very cheap to make. It's very expensive to transport because of the cost of the storage piece. So if we can solve that cost of storage in a pretty large way, then we can actually expand the viability of CNG. So we believe that we can make this for well below $150 a million BTU of storage on these vessels, and then make CNG more cost competitive than LNG for a distance of up to 5,000 nautical miles, which means that we could outcompete Cheniere shipping from the Gulf Coast down to Brazil if we assume the same rates of return for our products. And that's a great long-term objective, but right now I'm focused on the applications that are willing to pay me enough. Because if I don't have to go that far, I can make $600 a million BTU work very economically. So that's the short-term focus of that. Generally speaking, you need a couple of basic elements in order to develop an energy technology company, and some of these are pretty basic. Some of them may not be as intuitive. You have to think about a very, very, very big advantage to your customer. because especially in the energy industry, where customers have very little incentive to take risks, projects are very long-term, very expensive, and take years to go through all the regulatory processes. So it better be a really big prize that you're targeting in order for you to launch into doing an energy technology company. So just think about a 10x benefit. So if the current technology makes $1 million to them, get something that'll put $10 million in their pocket. Doesn't mean that you're, over time you want to get some of that $10 million or that $9 million differential. That's where your money's going to come in. So you got to create a lot of space there so you can actually have some space to take some value for yourself from what you create. But that's just a finger rule. Obviously, every sector is going to be different. 1% efficiency or yield difference in a refinery, it makes an order of magnitude difference versus 1% difference in the productivity of a well. It's almost noise because you don't really know even how to measure what the standard, perfect standard setting is. But you can be sure that if you develop a new type of catalyst that you can insert into a pre-existing reactor in a refinery, and you can get a 1% extra yield, that's very measurable. And that may be worth the attempt, depending on the product that you're creating. So it really depends. You got to size it. But just as a finger rule, make sure you have a lot of value that you create for your customer so that they can be willing to try out and take some amount of risk or deviate from their standard piece to standard service companies or standard solutions. Nobody gets fired for picking Schlumberger, but if that smart engineer picked a startup and something goes wrong in that well, guess what? He loses his job. Even if the Schlumberger solution would have never worked, but hey, it's Schlumberger's fault. Hey, I tried my best and I picked something that should have worked, and they said it was going to work, so it's their fault. Let's go after them. Oh no. So, but that's what you face. It better be a huge deal, because then if it's a really big deal to the customer, then you also don't expose the field engineer that's very afraid to lose his job. You expose it to the guy that understands that new technology means that you're going to take some risk. Not everything's going to work perfectly, but you got to be aligned, because if it does start working in your entire field, it won't be, maybe you'll have a problem with 3 wells, but then you'll have 10 ultra successful wells. And that's exactly the kind of approach you can sell as long as you have a lot of impact. Try to go for a big problem, because energy technology takes a lot of money and a lot of time. It took us over 4 years and over $30 million to actually get to a field trial. That kind of money is hard to come by, and it takes a lot of effort and a lot of multiple rounds of financing and a lot of risk in the meanwhile. So the particular market or prize isn't very large. You're never going to be able to get to the numbers that justify that. And in terms of skills, sometimes people ask, well, what are the relevant skills that you need to have in order to do something innovative? Sales is by far the #1 thing that you need to have in your company, because it doesn't matter how good your technology is. If you can't sell it and communicate it, it's a big problem, because you're never going to get somebody that's going to be willing to buy it. You do need to have a very strong technical or technology foundation, so you need to understand what you're selling. You need to have a co-founder that is the guru, and especially when you are not a technical founder, you need to have extremely good relationship and know that person, have worked with them for a long time. As an investor, that's part of what you look for, that the management team doesn't implode all of a sudden once you get a little money and everybody gets very greedy and then things implode. That's exactly what you want to prove by having a co-founder that you've known for a long time, that you trust, that you know, because there's so much to do in an early stage company. You can't be looking over somebody's shoulder. You got to trust blindly that they're going to do the right thing for the company and with the decisions that they're making. And that is very, very critical. And finally, in energy, having field experience, because as cool as a new piece of science or piece of engineering sounds, having field experience sometimes saves you very expensive problems in the long term. And when I say field experience, that can also mean entrepreneurial experience. So somebody that's been through it one time knows where not to throw money away. So when you look at IP and how much you spend per patent, the first time entrepreneur spends a fortune, sometimes has to go through 3 or 4 IP attorneys before you find somebody good and efficient. Well, second time entrepreneurs sometimes are able to spend a quarter of the money to get the same result, but you can do it faster, so on. So same thing when you're deploying something in the field, getting people that have the experience of deploying stuff and understand what it's like to work in North Dakota in the middle of winter. That's where your customers are going to be. That can be very valuable for an energy business. And then finally, you got to make sure that you really, really love what you're doing, because the more likely outcome is you're not going to make money. So that's the average entrepreneur does a lot worse than the average professional worker. Because the average entrepreneur, and keep in mind this is an average, right? So it's like your head in the freezer and your ass in the oven. On average, you're okay, but that's not really good, right? So the average income, expected income for an entrepreneur is significantly worse off than for a professional. And that includes the Googles of the world and the Facebooks of the world. So the actual expected value is actually even much lower. So that's what you got to know, that what you're signing up for. So you either really love what you're doing, or you're going to be very miserable and not get a lot of money at the other end. So you better have a very strong motivation, because it's almost akin to faith that you don't care or disregard a lot of things that would have been material value, and you believe wholeheartedly in what you're doing, and you're willing to put in a ton of effort, and when you're turned down 100 times, you come in the next time with even more energy, and you're always trying to think about, all right, how do I overcome this obstacle? And there's always something that's going to try to trip you later down the road. So eventually, once you've done it for a while, and it gets easier. But also, it gets easier because as an entrepreneur, you know there's always going to be some problem. So you're ready to tackle something. You're just waiting for what's my next problem? What's my next unknown? And then you're always trying to tackle that as soon as possible. It's not that, oh man, I'm so unlucky. It's like bad stuff happens all the time in every possible way, in every aspect. Everything that should have been easy and to do, all of a sudden something shows up that never happened before. And Murphy's Law is very, very valid in entrepreneurship, but you eventually get used to things happening, and then you try to prepare better up front. You do have a lot of skills that you're going to build only by making mistakes on how to solve problems and how to get people to support you when things go bad. Not to oversell. Sometimes you do try to oversell, and that blows up in your face later. But really sell people on the benefits, but also make them keenly aware of the risks, and get them on board to understand your process, being a partner. That's extremely important. So I can tell you entrepreneurship is a lot of work, but if you really like what you're doing and you have a very supportive spouse, then it can be great. So my wife had to deal with me with 18 months without a salary, and her parents. I was another bum. It's like entrepreneur. That doesn't really exist for an Asian family. They're like, well, he's just unemployed. He's not an entrepreneur. And then because they had these conceptions of the only Latin people they ran into were the ones that were jumping for work at Home Depot. Then it's like, and he's like Latin? Oh shit! Like you're really in trouble. It's just, you sure? Did you think about this through? And so. Anyways, you got to have a lot of passion, and you got to love what you're doing, and try to find something that if you're able to change that industry, change an aspect of the industry, or create an impact, that's really what motivates you. So like the stuff that I'm doing right now, what motivates me is that a lot of these opportunities for these stranded fields are in Africa, which needs a lot of energy and needs the lowest cost energy you can find, hopefully environmentally friendly. So that being able to impact the lives of a lot of people is more motivating to me than the amount of money that I'm going to make. But I do got to make sure that there's some money to be made, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to attract investors. But that's sort of the process you have to mix. What gives you energy every day, because you're going to be knocked down a million times, and soon you actually start looking at every time that you fail as you're actually closer to success every time you fail. Because in life, you only get better at ratios. Nobody is infallible, as much as we've heard in political campaigns that people don't make mistakes. You always make mistakes. The difference is how you handle them, how quickly you recover, and you move on. And you may have a 1 in 10 hit ratio that over the course of your career becomes a 3 in 10 hit ratio. You're 3 times better, but you still fail 7 times. But then your ratios become really good, so every time you have a failure, let's say you had 3 failures in a row, now you have a 3 in 6 chance to actually, you have a 50% chance now to be successful instead of a 3 in 10, or sorry, 3 in 7 chance of employees growth ratio. Right? So you look at the losses, and this comes from sales. So if you talk to a salesperson that's very organized and has done sales for a long time, it's all about ratios. And they know that if they make 50 calls and they identify and try to clean up the leads and prospects as best as they can improve the ratios. But they know it's always about ratios at the end of the day. And that's the same thing that you have to think about problems that you encounter with, as an entrepreneur. The exact same way. You're going to be turned down by a lot of investors. Some of them are going to be pretty offensive. Some of them are going to be nice and give you some feedback that's actually useful. Others are like, oh, I really like your business, but come to me, when you have customers and you're making money and you have no technical risk. It's like, all right, and then I need your venture capital money? Thanks. You get a lot of that, but it's okay. It's part of the deal, right? You also tend, when you're raising money for an energy technology company, you get really quick at assessing within the first meeting or the first call whether that guy's really going to put money into your company or not. So you politely disengage early on because you know it's not going to be a good fit. And sometimes that actually puts people in a position that they actually want to invest. Wait, he doesn't want my money? No, wait, I think I can get value for your business. You've turned the tables around a little bit. Doesn't quite happen the first time around. First time around, you're an unknown entity. There are a lot of entrepreneurs that have gotten $2 million and all of a sudden start dedicating themselves to golf. And, the technology is being developed, and meanwhile the guy's playing out on the golf course and not paying attention to it. Well, that can happen once. That guy's not going to get funded again because their investors, the new investors, are going to call for references to the previous guys. But once that checks out, that no, this guy works his ass off and he encountered this problem, they can tell a story around what happened and validate that has a lot of value. So always keep in mind that maybe the first time it's going to be really rough. Gets a little bit better further down. So hopefully you guys were holding on to a ton of questions here, but just very quick hit list on different things to keep in mind. When fundraising, you start with a problem, and then you're always selling what the future is, and you're basically selling something that doesn't quite exist, and you're going to do your best to deliver that. You think and you're going to be committed to deliver that, but you really don't know. So you're really selling something that's going to be in the future. You also got to be careful to not promise that you're definitely going to get there and try to get people that are convinced that you have zero chance of failure, because those people are going to be very disappointed with you when problems actually start to happen, and they always do. You start working with problems up front. So you tell the investor, here are my challenges, and this is why I'm using your money to solve challenge A, B, and C, and here's my plan. I've priced it out. This is what I believe it'll cost, and then I multiplied that times 2 because things always cost more and take longer than you always expect them initially. You build a strong team, and it doesn't have to be an artificial team. Just because you're a strong technical founder doesn't mean you have to be attached to an MBA in order to get credibility on the business side, because it's very easy to tell when somebody's attached and they're not really joined at the hip with you in solving a problem, and you can tell. A couple of tips when you're going on fundraising. So basically, whatever money you raise in a Series A, it's very hard to value a Series A company or early stage technology company. So if you're raising $1 million because you're solving some critical issues, typically the investor will say, okay, I'll take 50% plus 1 or 51%. Not because they made a calculation, but because they want to have control or as much as they can, and because if you really try to plot an IRR on an early stage company, everything looks ridiculous. 300% IRR, 500% IRR, it looks ridiculous because you have this hockey stick and you backtrack into what your results are and it always looks perfect. And in practice, it's never quite that way. So just keep in mind that whatever you try to raise, that's roughly how much you're worth the first time around. So if you can build a problem that you have a really good path and the right next step is a $5 million step, then you go out and raise $5 million, even if you raise it in a tranched fashion. Say, I need $5 million, but I want 1 up front and then 4 after I hit this individual milestone, but you already raised the 5, because then those people know they're committed to deploy a $5 million check. The reality is that the larger the check, the easier it is for people to actually engage with you, because it costs a lot of time and money and attention, which is why institutional investors need to have a high bar. So try to keep the company with as low burn as possible, friends and family money, try to get some money from customers, to try to get a lot of that early experience, minimum viable product, a lot of that feedback early on before you take any institutional money that's going to come in at a very high price tag. And usually you're going to give up control of your company. It's better to have a simple set of terms than a very high valuation. So when you hear a valuation of a company that's $1 billion and they said, oh, somebody made another $1 billion of investment, it's actually the devil's in the details, right? Because if I'm an investor and I think this company is going to IPO next year, I'm okay putting a ridiculous, an impossible valuation as long as the money that I put in comes in with a 2x liquidation preference, which is I get twice my money before anybody else gets any money. So sometimes you see stuff like that. So the terms, simple terms that are more aligned with you as an entrepreneur are more important than extremely high valuations. They're really good for cosmetics, but really sometimes really bad for the company because it misaligns the incentives. As I mentioned, things take twice as much money and then a lot more time. I think in our case it was 10 times the money and 3 times the calendar time. So before we got the field trial, so just keep in mind that things can be different from how you planned them originally. And I mentioned this briefly. Just try to keep burn as low as you can. You have your internal plan, which is very aggressive. Try not to sell everybody on what your internal plan is because usually internal plans never happen because of something that interrupts you. So you have a really good target. You're working really hard and executing to the internal plan, and then something bad happens and that brings you down to what you're promising your investors or you have on your external plan. And so always keep a little bit of reserve for yourself. And then the rule with pitching is you get better with practice and repetition. It's not that you're brilliant and you do this perfect the first time you try it. It's just you try things and you present something and eventually the same questions come back and you go back with your business partner and you sit down and say, well, how can we answer that better? Like, I think this is a better answer, and you tweak that answer and you craft it, and eventually the 10th investor comes in, and that's the one you really want their money because they're considered to be the prime investor. They're really smart in where they put their money. Well, you're also going to be in your best position with the best possible answer. And that's the burning from both people that want to help you and people that you don't want their money, but you want to do a trial. Cool. Couple of career recommendations if you have a chance to work with an entrepreneur before you do a big plunge. So if you want to work with a company that's at least has gone through some amount of money, get the experience. Entrepreneurship is a lot less romantic than people paint it to be. It's actually a hell of a lot of work, a lot of sacrifice from a family perspective and personal perspective. But of course, you only hear about the successes and people that became extremely rich. But for every person that became rich, there were a lot of people that actually struggled. And you got to work through that struggle to see if you actually really like it. Also, when you don't have a treasury department that, oh shit, I'm 20% over budget, it's like, hey, I'm going to be 20% over budget. I'm still going to do okay, but I'm going to be 20% over budget. Okay, money's there. In the startup, hey, I'm 20% over budget. Hey, I'm out of money next month. Game over. Right? So it's a very different perspective, and you also have to know that you're going to be doing a lot of your stuff. You're going to book a flight. You're going to become awesome at navigating through kayak and getting the cheapest way to get from point A to point B, and doing a lot of stuff that you didn't used to do. When you work with sales, the rule with sales is if you think that everybody's born a salesman, that's not true, but anybody can become a salesman. You just got to know that it'll be something that, first of all, sales is actually a lot harder than you think, right? So as an engineer, you always think, oh, salespeople are so stupid. I mean, they can't even deal with a math problem here. It's like, shit, I just gave them, it says 40% there. How can you not get that number? It's like, well, it's a very different skill set because actually sales, what it is communication, right? Both communication of what the customer needs, and also communication of what you can deliver. And when you can match those two, that's a really successful salesperson, especially if you're dealing with something that's technical and you're not just selling to your buddies. And you're going to make mistakes, and you're going to be kicked out of a room, and you're going to say the wrong word and not wordsmith things out appropriately. Always reflect on your losses. Every loss is an opportunity for you to actually understand how to get better, and it's as many times as you'll hear it a million times that it's about repetition. Generally speaking, entrepreneurship is pretty dirty, and Uber had a lot of problems, and the founders had quite a few failures before they actually launched Uber, and they were wildly successful. And they still got a lot of problems in their company because they started as a marketing company, so their technology is actually not particularly solid. But that's an example that even when they're wildly successful, it's despite a lot of the problems that they have as individuals, as entrepreneurs. In energy especially, there's very few funds. So if you think about how many venture capital funds exist in energy, you can count them with both of your hands. So if you can build a company that doesn't need venture capital, that is awesome. Or a company that basically works on a problem that is so important to the end user that they're willing to fund that, that is the ideal company to start because they're on board with you. And maybe that is that you were working aside, but they didn't really want to have somebody, because internal R&D efforts sometimes don't work all that well. But somebody's very entrepreneurial, wants to solve this problem. It's like, give me $1 million and I'll get 3 other people to put $1 million in. But I'm going to help solve that problem for yourself and 3 others. And you start there. Right? That's a really, really good starting point. A customer is willing to give you money to actually solve the problem. And that's excellent signaling. As I said, you're ready to work hard for very little money. Hopefully, as you try a second time or a third time, you'll get better at it. Sometimes you don't get better at it. Sometimes this is not a good fit. That happens. And if you have so much passion that being poor and hated is something that is okay with you because you're committed to what you're doing and you believe in what you're doing, and you will listen to people to try to learn, but not because they say, hey, you're stupid, right? You don't listen to that necessarily. But you listen to, hey, your business needs to improve, you need to do X, Y, Z, or this needs to be slightly better. That's the kind of stuff that will eventually build into making a better person, a better company. And you're going to try until you make it happen. So the motto is, and this was my professor at MIT that came up with a cartoon and then posted a picture of why Steve Jobs didn't decide to go into a big company. And it's because being hired is more fun than being in the Navy, and that applies to a lot of things in corporate life if you think about it, that when you no longer have to wait 2 months for a decision to be made, a $100 decision because it has to go through 1 million approvals, and you think this is a complete waste of my time, or I need permission from 100 people that barely understand what I'm doing. Those are some of the things that are very freeing when you're in a company. You can make it. Your board meetings, when you start, they're a lot simpler than later down the road. But certainly your management team meetings means that you're going to make very important decisions within a day or 2, or maybe on the spot, that would have taken months for a big company to do. And that speed of iteration is really what makes a startup or a small company a lot more effective at things than big corporations. And then big corporations have a lot of money, so that's why it's great, because they have the money to buy you out later, and that makes the entire system flow. So I hope you guys have questions for me, and be glad to answer any questions you have. I appreciate it if you don't tweet them out, but other than that, I will give you the best answer I can give you.
So it's a question on your market analysis for the compressor. When you started doing research on technology at MIT, you were envisioning that there's an application for this. When you see the end product today, you've got market analysis shows it's a $4 billion market. There must have been some ups and downs in your confidence, not the story you told external parties, but your confidence in whether or not you would end up with a product you could protect with IP that would actually hold a unique place in that market. And can you tell me the history of that? Did your expected valuations wave up and down internally to you? Were there times when you thought that perhaps you ended up with something that doesn't have value, or you didn't get there before a competitor did? And where do you think you stand today as far as having unique business value in that market?
So when I started, and I started pitching to the venture capitalists, there were a lot of people that were looking at compressed or energy storage. Oh no, man, that's the future, and like energy storage is going to be a trillion-dollar market in the future, and it is a trillion-dollar market. It's at zero. It's a $0 trillion market, so it's great. But there were 4 companies doing near-acid thermal compression, very different technology, very different approaches. The other 3 were compressed air energy storage, and that was a guy going from natural gas. Like I said, there's real money to be made here. But it's never going to be a trillion-dollar market. But I think it's a real opportunity, right? So that's one thing that you hear over and over again. Oh no, you guys are idiots, right? Looking for that. Now, you're convinced, and I didn't need to hear it 10 times that maybe that market will not materialize, and I was not willing to make a moonshot when I could actually do something that I thought had a lot of impact, but also was a lot more feasible. But you're always faced with a circumstance where the external feedback doesn't match your personal view on it. Now, for example, you're always worth a lot more to yourself than the other guy says, hey, your company's not worth that much. Okay, but I brought you numbers, I brought you results, and that always happens, right? It can be tough, right? Sometimes you think, hey, this is just not going to work. We need a freaking miracle. But then you got to turn around and wake up the next day and go to your team and say, oh, we're going to do it. Let's figure out what happened here, and back to your mind. Holy shit. Or something exploded that was supposed to be the easy thing that should have never failed. Right? So we had for example, we had a 4-inch drive shaft. For anybody who's seen a 4-inch drive shaft, steel weighs several hundred pounds, where that thing could just be sliced flat out. You know, what the hell happened here? And you're going, oh, shit. And that happened right before closing round of financing. So guess what? The investor said, let me wait a little bit until you solve that. Right? And you're like almost out of money. You're like, holy crap, right? And you know that you basically have to, but you have to go back to your team and have high spirit and, hey, we're going to make it happen. You still have to make some difficult decisions at that time because you have to extend the runway. Because if it takes 2 weeks to make a new drive shaft, it doesn't matter what you do, it's going to take weeks. Right? So you got to make sure you extend your timeline and you set up a conversation with investors. No, we're going to solve it. It's not going to be your money. We're going to solve it. Here's the plan. We're going to do it. And actually, that shows that resilience that people like, because it always happens. But you're going to be faced with a struggle where your perception of work is very different than others' perception of work. You're going to find a lot of people that, for whatever reason, are going to think that you're not worth anything. And if you're, in my case, coming from the Dominican Republic, which is a relatively small country, most people in the United States think it's in Africa. They think the only thing we do there is baseball players and rum. And so saying that, hey, this is an technology entrepreneur, and it's a bit of a hard pill to swallow for some of these guys. Don't forget cigars. Very good cigars, definitely. I have some in my bag upstairs too. So it'll happen over and over again. It doesn't matter, and it's always a different angle, right? If it's not problem A, they always find an excuse on why their stereotypes, the paradigms apply to you. And you're trying to be fit into a box. That's okay.
Did you steer around where your target application would be? Was it always focused on this one application, the upstream, and well, there you move around as you?
It sounds like we're 100% on the spot, but the original plan was we're going to create a higher efficiency compressor because like everybody will like high efficiency compressors. This is a very naive engineer speaking. Like, oh no, man, you increase efficiency. Of course, people are going to love it. And then you talk to the customers, and they're like, well, I don't really care about efficiency. Oh, I don't care about this. Wait, your machine handles liquids? Okay. That we found out a year and a half in, but that's what customers actually value, right? So a little bit is sometimes better to be lucky than smart. And
what was your thought process workflow around protecting the IP and in the early days?
So a couple of rules on IP. NDAs are not worth the paper they're written on because you always have or sign an NDA with somebody that has a hell of a lot more money and more resources than you. So they want to fight it, they're going to crush you. So the best way to protect IP is for most people, the vast majority of people, they don't need to know the secret sauce. And you need to get better at explaining what you do without explaining your secret sauce. And you can do it very effectively without having to show up and open full kimono there, doesn't understand everything you're doing. And that's really that's your real protection, is being able to keep the stuff that can't be figured out unless you actually try it. And there's a big amount of evidence that they tried a million times and eventually hit on your stuff. And you have a track record that's very easy to target. They had to put a whole research program to try to copy what you're doing. It's a very, very real infringement of the IP. But on IP, I think protecting a patent on a worldwide basis in just a handful of countries costs you between $100,000 and $150,000 over a 10-year period. So it's extremely expensive, and the moment you file for a patent, the clock starts ticking. So the more you can keep it in complete stealth, and you know what's patentable, you have a really good idea of what you're going to go for, and the decision is more, is somebody else going to file? So you've got to try to make a decision for that. That's really the thing that you have to keep in mind. Is when you file, depends more on who else is going to try to file or block you later on. Not like, hey, I want to file right away. For a very smart investor, having a granted patent means nothing, because if you really try to understand patent law, you're going to understand there are perpetual motion devices that are patented. There's a lot of patents out there for perpetual motion devices because the examiner is not an expert. And you just let something slide through, but when you run the physics on it, you realize that it's twice the limit of physics. It happens. So with IP, it's about being strategic. And then one rule that you do with IP is that you write an omnibus. And an omnibus is a ridiculously long application for 2 reasons. You're going to write every possible way to do your device. And if you have a really good patent attorney, he's going to show the best method, but he's going to put it in the middle of this 100-page document. It'll be impossible to pick out what the actual best solution is. Also, when you go, and for those of you who've been in large corporations, you have a budget, right? So a company that wants to do an M&A transaction, wants to buy a technology company, they typically have a department that has a budget. And one of the key business decisions that they're always going to make, how much would it cost us to copy and develop that same technology, and how much would it cost us to actually buy it? So that's always a decision. And then when you send it to the IP office and they see a 100-page stack, and they, wait, how long do you need? Why do you need this in a month? And how many engineers? Do you want to spend $100,000 to go through a 100-page patent and actually figure out whether you have any risk? The conclusion is always the same. It's impossible to guarantee against risks that you will not be violating this company's technology. So there's another reason why you can do an omnibus. The third reason is it's very cheap because it's one file, and then the patent office will say, no, I will not accept this. You have 8, 10, 12 inventions in there, and you've got to pick and choose. So you then do it divisional. And then on the core body, you do what you call a continuation. So you keep it alive so you can file more divisionals in the future in a different way. And then when your competitor copies product A with a slightly different twist to try to go around product A, that's because in your original priority date, your original date and definition, then you're going to file exactly what your competitor is doing, but you're going to file on an accelerated basis because you're going to have one claim. The claim with which you're going to nail that big corporation. And that's what you do with a continuation. Because you have the priority date, you describe it at the beginning, and sometimes you don't know what's the best method. You think method A works, you put it in an omnibus, and then you protect A, B, C, D, and E with that date. And then you come in later and say, no, that wasn't my description. So the claim may be new, but it's always been there. So but you spend a little bit of time there, and then understanding from a defensive perspective, when you have to analyze the competitor's IP, it's not, let me read the IP. Let me go on the USPTO pair. Pair is like public, whatever research, but that gives you a lot of documentation of how the applications evolve, and that gives you a lot of information on how the companies think and which direction they're actually going. So that's really how you have to think about IP and go into the detail. IP is worth spending a good week reading a couple of books in order to do something in the energy space. And you'd be surprised at how terrible companies are at IP. So if you become just marginally better, because everybody relies on the patent holder. Usually they're very expensive and you're going to spend a lot of time with them because they cost a lot. So if you become just marginally better at IP than the average, then you're going to have much more valuable patents again.
Well, any questions? Let's do a paper, baby.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Excellent presentation. From behalf of the SPE, we would like to present you the certificate of appreciation. Thank you very much. I would like to say you made a little bit donation on your behalf of the organization. Thank you very much again for coming.
Pleasure. Thank you very much.
Will we be allowed to put your presentation on our website?
Not quite, but I will make sure that you get a format that
abbreviated one?
works. Yes. I think I got to figure out how to.
Take it.
Let me. You mind if I reset the computer? Shut down temporarily, and then I can make sure I pull it out. It's not letting me.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Show my screen?
Yeah. And then go to the top one. Okay, good.
Good to go. Okay, let's start. Ready? There are clickers or do you want to go? If you want, I can help.
Oh, no, I can.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take it to be about to start our next session. We'd like to go ahead and introduce our next speaker today, Mr. Eric Calderon. He serves as the President and Chief Executive Officer for the LK Industries. It's founded in 1930s. LK Industries is a niche manufacturer of oil testing equipment. The firm was acquired in 2015 through Mr. Calderon's search fund, TXE Capital. Mr. Calderon, born in Houston, Texas, and he previously worked as an engineer for chemical resource in the Permian Basin. In 2012, Mr. Calderon had the privilege of working for the House Speaker John Boehner on energy policy and legislation. He earned his bachelor's in petroleum engineering from Texas A&M University and MBA from Harvard University. It's a pleasure. I would like to invite Mr. Eric Calderon to the stage, and thank you very much for coming. It's good.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's nice to be here. Thank you guys for the invitation to SPE. I've been looking forward to it for some time. What I want to do here today is talk to you a little bit about a journey that I've taken to go from being a petroleum engineer to an entrepreneur, owning my own company here in Houston. Tell you a little bit about that path, how I got there, and to communicate that this is actually becoming a model that's becoming more popular, and I think us as engineers are well suited to be able to embark on a journey of owning our own company. So I just want to take you through a little bit of the model, answer any questions you might have, and just share a little bit of the story. So the journey from petroleum engineer to entrepreneur. This first slide kind of focuses on some key decision points on how I became a petroleum engineer and then an entrepreneur. And ironically enough, I have to give credit to SPE, Gulf Coast section, and to Susan directly. She was involved many years ago in high school. I applied to society. I applied to a scholarship program through the SPE, and that was really my first introduction to the oil and gas industry. Yes, I'm from Houston, but no one in my family had worked in oil and gas, so kind of by default, you know of it if you live here in Houston, but I didn't know a lot about it. And so I took an interest in going to A&M, took an interest in engineering, applied for the scholarship, was awarded the scholarship along with an internship at Anadarko. That was my start of understanding the world of oil and gas, what it is that engineers do, and getting excited about following that path. I then went to Texas A&M University, did my Bachelor's of Science in Petroleum Engineering, and then followed a very traditional next step of being the young guy that goes out to the Permian Basin to do drilling, production, operations, you know, kind of put that four-year degree to work. It was really a great experience and one of the highlights of my work so far. I'll come back and elaborate on why that is in more detail. After working out in the Permian Basin, I went to the Harvard Business School to pursue my MBA. Graduated from HBS in 2013 and started on a different path, a path of entrepreneurship through acquisition. And we'll talk in detail about that throughout the presentation. The search fund I started was TXE Capital, so a key decision point of jumping in and starting my fund, raising capital to buy a company. And then LK Industries, the firm I'm running now, was acquired back in 2015 by my search fund. So I feel like the first handful of steps here are ones that we recognize as members of SPE. So a lot of the presentation will talk about the MBA, TXE Capital, the search fund, and what I've learned in running a small company. I wanted to spend some time just talking about the MBA in general, as I know a lot of petroleum engineers early in their career, or even as they get into management later in their career, start to think about, is an MBA the right opportunity? Is it something I should pursue? What are the benefits? What's the cost? And I've had the good fortune of doing a lot of work with recruiting for the Harvard Business School and working with folks here in Houston that are considering getting an MBA at all levels. And so I've kind of developed a good framework on thinking about the MBA and whether it's a good fit. So in general, the reason engineers go to get an MBA is, first you want to diversify your skill set. We have run operations, we've run production, we've done a lot of technical work, but this MBA gives you a new layer. Strategy, finance, other things to learn about. It's great for management training. Certain MBA programs put you very realistically into the shoes of being a manager, learning the nuances of how to hire well, how to fire when necessary, learning those aspects of management that you don't necessarily get just by being an engineer. And for some of us, we get to that point in our career where petroleum engineering is maybe not the path we want to follow forever. We've got a great skill set. We've learned how to be good problem solvers. By getting another degree, maybe I can have a new career path, whether that's in finance, something completely different, a different area of the oil and gas sector. Who knows? The MBA is a good way to hit the reset button. There's two approaches generally on how to get an MBA. The first is a part-time or exec ed experience. I think for a lot of folks that have kind of reached that past their 7-8 year mark in industry, this is probably more appropriate than taking 2 years off to pursue it full-time. So these are weekend programs, night programs. A lot of times they're local. Here in Houston, Rice University has a weekend program, UT. A lot of major universities set up here in Houston to accommodate professionals that are interested in getting an MBA. The pros, obviously, you're going to continue to work, so your technical advancement will continue. There's no relocation, and it's lower cost. So you're going to school, but you're still making income. So as a whole, it's a lower cost. The cons, I haven't met anyone who has successfully worked and gone to school and not said that that was a stressful moment in their life. So it can be quite challenging. Is there a question?
You don't get it taught from technical learning.
I'm sorry?
You don't get it taught from technical learning.
Yeah, it's continued technical development. It's a positive. You're going to continue at work on the next project, continue your development as a technical engineer. Splitting that focus can be challenging. Also, if you're working and going to school, you're probably pursuing that MBA to continue at your company or continue on a track that's very well understood. So you're not really resetting for new career opportunities. Really, there's not time to do that. You're pretty busy. The other option is to go full-time. These are generally 2-year programs. You're going to be on campus somewhere, and these programs usually allow you to have a pretty wide geography of where to study. There's schools like Stanford in California, the Harvard Business School in Massachusetts. There's a lot of different areas you can get a new kind of geographic exposure by pursuing one of these programs. The cons, and probably the biggest one, is it's almost a $500,000 decision, right? You give up 2 years of salary, and you take on debt for 2 years, and it's not cheap. So it's a very expensive decision to pursue a full-time MBA. There is a pause in your technical learning in this case because you've left your company. You're sitting in a classroom, and I'm preaching to the choir to explain that technology in this industry changes very fast. So 2 years of being unplugged from it, there will be something new by the time you get back. And there is a little bit of hesitancy depending on kind of where you are in your life on this notion of going back to school. You go from being a professional working in an office building to wearing a backpack again. You know, I'm making that joke, but the truth is some folks have a hard time readjusting to the life of being a student. So those are the options. For me, obviously, I was considering both of these approaches as I started to have an interest in getting an MBA. Where I was, just 2 years out, working in Midland, Texas, what really attracted me to wanting to go a full-time MBA was that I wanted that chance to kind of pause. I've worked for 2 years out on the rig. I wanted that chance to go somewhere new, study a whole different set of skills, and perhaps put them to work back in the energy industry. But my wife and I very much look forward to that possibility of going somewhere new and pursuing a a degree. I also thought, aim high. There's nothing to lose. Apply to the best. If I don't get in, what did I lose? I'd be in the same place if I didn't apply. So I started my application by applying to the school that I thought was one of the best, Harvard Business School, and figured the outcome could only be positive. And I was fortunate to get accepted to the Harvard Business School, and I started in the fall of 2011. So I had 2 years of work experience, and I brought those to the business school. And I tell you, I was one of very few, if not the only one, that had actually spent time on drilling rigs before going to get my MBA. That experience I had of wearing steel-toe boots and a hard hat really gave me a lot of training in order to be successful in the classroom. As everyone knows, when you're studying these concepts of management, you have to be able to think about the applications and where you apply those and how diverse our workforce is. How you're not necessarily managing other MBAs when you're out in the business world, right? So it's very diverse, and I had that ability to bring that experience. I had the ability to bring the real-world understanding that operations, things don't always go perfect or as planned. And so being able to work that into my study was really helpful. Generally speaking, 2 years is the minimum on what is a good amount of work experience to go into a full-time program. About 2 to 6 is kind of the average. Kind of beyond that, you'd be outside the curve. Below 2, you'd be outside the curve as well. While at the Harvard Business School, I focused on operations and strategy. I realized while I was there that the energy industry was still really interesting to me, and I wanted to come back to that. So while I was there, I created some opportunities to do independent studies with Pemex, the national oil company in Mexico, and I kind of further solidified my interest in the oil and gas sector. I was so committed to it that there was kind of my friends gave me a hard time that during recruiting season, the number of oil and gas companies that show up at the Harvard Business School to recruit are few and far between. And so on those recruiting days, my wife and I would go see a movie. We would go do something else because I knew that if I'm going to find one of these jobs, I've got to create that opportunity. It's not going to be from folks lining up at the career center there. So those were stressful jobs for some. They were quite nice days. Stressful days for some. They were quite nice for me. But as these things go, in my second year, unexpected course that I took, 2 unexpected courses, actually changed my thinking on what I was going to do next. So I was very linear in thinking I'd go back to Concho, where people would work, or back to a small independent, and hopefully become a manager. I ended up learning about something brand new. And I'd like to tell the story of how I got into these courses because it's not as well planned as it may seem as I talk about it now. During your second year, you have an opportunity to shop courses during the first week. So this is essentially, you think you know what a course is about, go sit it in for 30 minutes, and you like it, you permanently sign up. If you don't, you leave, you find something else. So during the shopping period, I'd gone in and out of a few courses. Some that I thought I was going to take didn't turn out to be so hot or so neat when I left. And as I was sitting in the cafeteria in between classes, a good friend of mine said, "You got some downtime now?" I do. You know, someone made these courses about buying small companies that here's really interesting. And just because I didn't have anything to do, I decided to join them. And that decision ended up impacting what I would do for my career going forward. So those little moments, sometimes you don't realize how important they are. So the 2 courses that I took were financial management for small firms. Again, understanding how to run really small businesses. Being small in our industry can sometimes still have a lot of zeros behind it. They can still be billion-dollar companies. When we say small, we're talking like under $10 million. We're talking very small businesses in terms of their revenue size. And then we learned about a model called entrepreneurship through acquisition. This will be a large part of the focus for today's discussion. This is a concept where you buy a company, small company, and you run it. And a lot of the challenges of growing and running a small company are not very different from the challenges of starting one off the ground. And so this concept of buying and operating entrepreneurship through acquisition. Okay, so I get to where I'm in my second year, and I'm learning about this fascinating concept of buying a business and running a business. And I think, wow, that might be something I want to do. Should I do it now? Should I wait a little while? When is the right time to pull the trigger on it? And as I was kind of reflecting on where I was in life, you know, taking a risk, it felt like take it sooner than later, right? I've got I've got some great training I've received. I've worked in the oil and gas industry. Running a small business sounds exciting. Let's go for it, and let's do it right after graduation. So I finished my degree, started my own search fund right afterwards. What is a search fund? A search fund is an investment vehicle where an entrepreneur will raise a pool of capital and use that pool of capital to sustain themselves for a period of time while they're searching for a business to buy. This can take months, it can take years, but you're full-time looking for that one acquisition, that one company that you can step in and be the CEO, owner, and run the business. This model started back in 1983, was the first time someone actually formally coined the term search fund and started it right out of business school. But truthfully, this has only become popular in the last 5 or 6 years. The reason for it is Stanford and the Harvard Business School have started teaching classes on this concept, and so the number of freshly minted MBAs from those schools that are going out and trying to acquire a business right after graduation has grown tremendously since 2011. So, in fact, my year we had 20 people out of my class that went out and tried this. But I always like to say when I talk to most folks in the industry, I very rarely use the term search fund because it's a new branding on a relatively familiar concept. Right? For a long time, people in our industry especially have stepped in and been operators and have gotten a piece of a business by working in it for a long time, or knew someone who was retiring and selling their business and took a second mortgage out to go buy it. Whatever the case may be, people have been buying and operating businesses and earning equity in them for a long time. It just now has a little bit of a brand to go with it. So kind of the first stage, if you're going to do the traditional search fund, is to raise the money that will sustain you while searching. Again, it's a full-time gig to find a business. Like I said, it may take 1 or 2 years. You have to raise some capital to sustain yourself, to pay for an office, or to pay for whatever those necessities are to be successful in acquiring a business. Stage 2 is identifying the business and actually buying it, transacting on it, stepping in, and then moving on to step 3, to operate the company. That's going in and coming in highly charged, taking over for that recent owner that has sold to you, and trying to grow the business, trying to create more value from the business, trying to, as they say, take it to the next level in a lot of cases, just trying to run a business successfully. And stage 4 is selling the business. Now, stage 4 has a lot of flexibility. For some entrepreneurs, some searchers, they have a very defined timeline. They say, I really want to go in, run this business for 5 years, and at the 5-year mark, I want to get out and do something different. For others, like myself, I want to run a small business with a career. And I hope, years from now, if I gave this presentation again, I can say I'm running a bigger business. So my idea is to grow a small company into a large company. But there's a lot of flexibility in what the exit has to look like. But generally speaking, there is a plan on how you want to approach, the long-term future after buying a business. So my firm, TXE Capital, was started in 2013, right after my graduation, and it was sponsored by several of our partners, which are outside equity investors, who provided me with the capital to get the deal done. What is really, I think, a special part of my story is that my investors were actually professors I had in business school. So these are people that I had formed really close relationships with, who previously had worked in the investment world prior to teaching, and still were making investments and had their own funds. So that's been a very special part of what I've been able to do, is to work with people that I consider close mentors. My strategy in starting TXE Capital was to focus on what I knew a little bit. That was the oil industry in Texas. So I had a goal of acquiring a business in that sector. I developed a board of advisors. I very much believe that having good people who understand the industry kind of be behind me was really important. Look, let's face the facts. I'm a young guy, right? I'm going in, I'm trying to do something big, and I need some gray hair behind me, as I would joke. I needed people who had seen this before, who knew different parts of the industry, to be honest with me, to hold me accountable, and to help me find the right deal. I ended up buying a company that does manufacturing, and thankfully I had on my board someone from NOV who worked in manufacturing. It turned out to be really helpful as I was considering the deal. Another part of my strategy was I really personalized the selling process. So I could walk up to an owner and say, I've got this search fund, several of our partners are backing it, we want to get a deal done. And I didn't feel like that resonated as well in our industry, especially with these small company owners. I changed that talking point of view. Look, I want to buy your company. I've got some people that are supporting me to get it done. I'm going to run your business. I'm going to be the one that takes the next 10, 15 years of my life and making sure your legacy continues. I've worked in the industry. I'm from Houston. I know what it takes to be a small business owner and have that special calling to do that in your community. That pitch was highly effective, and it was factually correct, right? This was me running their business, and I was targeting businesses in geographies and in industries that I knew. So from 2013 to April of 15, about 20 months or so, I ended up completing my first acquisition, buying LK Industries. So now I want to talk more generally about the search process. I kind of highlighted what is a search fund. Let's go into the weeds of how you actually search and find a company. It can sound much easier than saying, I took 20 months and found it. Let's actually go into how that's done. So kicking off, kind of that first day you're going to get ready to start, you have to define what are the characteristics of the business that you want to buy. For me, it was a company that was greater than $5 million in sales. The top line in this industry, you're really not looking at businesses more than about 20 million in sales, so that's kind of the range. Beyond that, they're just too big to get done without a lot of competition. So I was looking between 5 and 10. Again, I wanted to be in the greater Houston area to focus on energy. Some characteristics I wanted in the business in particular was low customer concentration. What that means is you don't have one customer that makes up 2/3 of your business. And in our sector, that's really true for a lot of small mom and pop. You get that Exxon contract, and you only focusing on servicing that Exxon contract. It's everything you do. Well, that's risky for someone like me that's trying to acquire the business, because guess what? If Exxon goes away, that business goes away. And so we're looking for businesses with a diverse customer base. Owner-seeking transition. I bolded and underlined that because it's really important. So when you're trying to buy a company, you want the person on the other side to be motivated to sell. And that motivation to sell is critical because selling is difficult. Buying is hard. It's a lot of work. These owners have built their company over their lifetime. They're not professionally people who have bought old businesses. On the front end, they don't really know how much work it is or how emotional it may be in doing this. So you want someone who's retirement age. That could bring motivation. Some of the other motivating factors are not as nice. Perhaps they're ill or there's a family issue. You need something that will ensure that they go with you to the finish line. The red flag and what always kind of deterred me from a company was that 40-year-old said, I'm just tired of what I do. That means that, as we're starting to get further down the line, he has another alternative. That is just working his business for a long time. So you want to find a motivated seller. Finally, we'll focus on business-to-business operations. So, like, for example, the gas station was more. Selling to consumers was not what we're going to look. We want businesses that sell to other businesses. So you define your characteristics, and now you have to start getting leads. You have to start identifying companies. You have to start getting deal flow, filling the pipeline. So how do you do that? There's really 3 ways to generate leads. The first is intermediaries. These are brokers. These are investment bankers. This is anyone who professionally helps you get a deal done. In the small part of the market where we're looking, very small companies, the word broker can mean a lot of different things. It can mean a real estate agent who has a friend that's trying to sell their business, so they think, well, selling a house, selling a business has to be the same. It's not. So you get a lot of diversity, all the way up to someone who's an investment banker, highly professional, does 20, 30 deals a year. This is one that they're representing, highly professional. So a wide range there. Network. I've worked in the industry for a couple of years. I'm an Aggie, which folks know is a pretty good network in this part of the world. So you can reach out to your network and tell people your story. Look, I've raised some money. I'm trying to buy a business. Do you have any friends or family members who have considered selling a business or might be looking to retire? You put feelers out and try to see if any leads can come that way. And lastly, it's the cold call. This is the most fun of them all. That is literally looking online and finding what you think is a business that's the right size and trying to get to that, smiling about it. Turns out it's really hard sometimes to get past the office receptionist, talk to the owner. You have to kind of craft the pitch. I remember literally going on to Google and typing in Brickmore Street, and if you guys, anyone who knows that, you know there's a lot of services business on Brickmore Street, and just calling and seeing any of those owners were interested in selling. Sometimes you get it wrong. I got connected to a business owner. He invited me to come into his office. I sat across from his desk. We chatted for a little while, building a great rapport, and cut me off after he learned about the size of my fund. He said, "How big do you think my company is?" I said, "Well, opening between 5 and 15 million in revenue. You know, I can't say for sure. There's not a lot of public information on private companies." And he smiled. We kind of went back. He goes, "We get 170 million last year." And so I closed my portfolio. I don't think I would be able to buy it, but it turned out to be a good friendship that I still have today. So cold calling, you get to have the most fun with it. So to get a deal done, you have to kiss a lot of frogs. There's a lot of companies that you look at before you find the one that meets your criteria, the one that you're able to get done. So I spent about 20 months searching. What I learned from that is the most effective leads came from brokers. Why is that? Owners that engage a broker have put a little money into having someone come and package their company or represent them. That little bit of money is a great filter for who's a serious seller and who's not. Discipline is key. As time going by, you start to really question, like, do I really need to stay in Houston? Do I really need a business this size? You know, I know what I'm willing to pay. Should I stretch that a little bit? Time starts to wear you down. And discipline is really key. This is where my outside investor group and board really help me. If we've got a good strategy, we'll find them. Stay the course. Discipline is key. And lastly, emotions must be managed. In my case, I just graduated from business school. You know, I've got peers that are taking great jobs, and I'm trying to find a business. So as I define one, find one, I start to get a real image of what it's like to run that business, especially for the few that went under contract. For one that was in Port Arthur, I started thinking, where am I going to live in Port Arthur? For one where demanding a certain product, I started learning a lot about that product, thinking that the next several years of my life I'd be consumed by understanding that product. And then the deal falls apart. So your emotions have to be managed throughout the whole process. Your highs and lows, because a lot of what you're going to do for the next several years is based on this transaction. The results, kind of some of the numbers during my 20 months. I reviewed 168 deals, but over 1,000 were circulated to me. A lot of them hit my filters kind of early on. I didn't look at deals and look at them. Those might have come in and they bounced back out. But there were 168 that generally fit the Gulf Coast region, the oil and gas sector that I looked at. I issued 11 IOIs, which is a term of indication of interest. This is like an informal offer, but it's a written offer. It does the job of kind of getting someone to turn the plane. I'll come back and elaborate on that. I issued 3 LOIs, which is a more formal contract. This is, I'm going to buy your business. Here are the terms. We agree. We sign off. And of those 3, the third and final one was actually the deal that I closed, LK Industries. I found LK through a broker who was based in Idaho. Interestingly enough, a Houston company being represented by a gentleman in Idaho. And the company, 86 years old, had a nice history to it. It had survived many ups and downs and had a great customer base because of its long history. And there was an 89-year-old owner. That's not motivated, I don't know what it is. It was a gentleman who had set the bar on when to retire, a bar that I think is too hot. And even at 89, he still worked 3 days a week. And so he was planning his estate and needing to sell his business. Okay, so I've identified the company. I touched on briefly, I've got the deal done. But what is the acquisition process like? What are the steps in actually becoming the owner? So I'm going to talk about this in general and then kind of scope it for my experience. Whenever a company is identified, an IOI, and I touched on earlier this year, again, that's an informal contract. Just put some of the terms down and make sure we're on the same page. I value your business between $5 and $6 million. I think we can close by, November of this year. It's just putting some terms down. What you're trying to do here is make sure that you're not way off base. I think your business is worth 5 or 6 million, and you think it's worth 10 to 11. This IOI is going to help us realize that difference and how it's really great. Once you have an IOI in place and you continue to discuss some terms, then you move to putting an LOI or letter of intent in place. This is a formal contract. This details the purchase price. So if I said before 5 to 6 million, it's now 5.475920. It details the purchase price of what you're willing to pay. It outlines a diligence timeline, meaning there's some steps I have to conduct in learning about your business. I'm going to do those over the next 90 days. In the first 30, I'll do that. In the next 30, I'll do Y. And the last 30, I'll do Z. Actually, define what's going to happen between now and closing. It sets an exclusivity period, which is really important. That means I'm not going to be trying to buy anyone else during this time. You're not going to be trying to sell anyone else. You and I are just working together to get this deal done. In certain cases, breakup clauses are put in. That's pretty rare for these small companies, but it does exist. Breakup clauses are very common for larger transactions, but in some cases, those are put in. And it ensures all parties are notified. Let me elaborate what that means. Some of these small companies, they have one owner that owns 2/3 of the stock, and then his sister and his other brother own the remaining piece. They have a cousin that owns a small fraction. And up to this point, I've only been dealing with that one owner. And I need to make sure that everyone's on board with stuff. So to make sure all parties get notified when an LOI is put in place. So once that's in place, you then start confirmatory due diligence. Let me touch on the numbers you're seeing on the right there, or the dates you're seeing. Those are the dates for my transaction. So I went under IOI September 2014, LOI October 2014, and then started the confirmatory due diligence from October 14 to January 15. So in the confirmatory due diligence stage, the entrepreneur is working directly with the seller to understand different parts of the business. That includes, how are the financials? Let's look at more details of the financials. Tax record, let's look at historical. Customers, tell me about your customer base in more detail. You've got some conversations about them, but I now want to know what location you sell to. You say Exxon, is that Exxon Baytown? Where is that? Let's go into detail. Products. Are there any legal issues going on with the company? I have to understand those. Environmental. If a company has been around for a long time, works with chemicals, but need to ever spill into the ground, what's the problem there? Let's talk about it. And operations. In my case, I bought a company that manufactures centrifuges. I have to start learning how to make a centrifuge over that time period. So learning a little bit about the operations of the business. Often professionals are brought in to assist. So a CPA may come in to assist with the financials. You'll obviously hire an attorney. An attorney, in addition to helping craft the contract, will help if there's any lawsuits pending on the company or anything else. Also might bring in an environmental engineer. You learn that there's costs concerned. Third parties that can help you really do this diligence completely. You also have to get your financing squared away. So you've raised this search fund, you have some money, and you have outside investors. You have to go back to them and make sure they're still ready to contribute capital. And if you only have 2 outside investors, and each of them only going to put up a smaller amount of money than needed, you've got to go find a 3rd, or 4th, and 5th investor. You have to go back and get your equity put together. You may have your own capital you want to contribute. So it may be a process of having to liquidate some assets. You're trying to contribute your own capital, getting yourself financially ready to buy this business. If you're going to raise debt, you start going through and talking to different debt providers. This could be a bank, a traditional bank. It could be a non-bank lender. What I mean by that, a non-bank lender would be like a mezzanine lender, a cash flow lender. These are lenders that loan, but they don't have the same restrictions as a bank. They take risk for your loan, they charge you more interest for it. It's a very common transaction to have non-bank lenders. And finally, import a seller contribution. In this small side of the industry, it's commonly the case that I think your business is worth $10 million. The structure is I'm going to pay $7 on when we close, and $1 million a year after that until we get to 10. But the seller financing, the seller loan, if there's any seller paper in the deal, you get that ironed out. We work on our financing from November to January. I learned that a lot of bankers don't work from about December 15th to January 5th, and so there's just not a lot that happens in that time frame. As you get your financing squared away, you start to march towards closing. If there's any diligence issues that have come up, let's say we found in that property if there was an environmental spill, it cost me $100,000 remediated, I'm going to adjust my purchase price by $100,000. You have to announce to the employee. You have to let the employee know, hey, a week from now, ownership is changing. You see my face around here, kind of looking at files and stuff. I'm the new owner of the business. Make that announcement. You structure a transition period with the current owner, and so in the case of an 89-year-old, that's pretty limited. But if you're buying from someone who is more involved in the business day to day, you might say, let's overlap for 6 months. So you kind of show me the nuts and bolts of running the business. And then you complete the purchase and sale agreement, which is a lengthy document that lawyers paid a lot of money to type up, so it's longer than it has to be. And kind of outlines everything that's happening in the transaction. It's all scheduled together, everything we sign off on it. Closing in general, kind of from the LOI issuance until closing, averages about 120 days, 4 months. In my case, it took a little longer. I'll elaborate on why. But generally speaking, it's about a 4-month process. All right, my transaction, the good, the bad, the ugly. The good, 89-year-old owner, was pretty motivated and had realistic price expectations. So we never had any issues there. Company, as I noted, 86 years old, had a great history, and had a lot of really good employees. You can believe it, for being such a small company, they had some employees that have been there for 20, 22 years. So just a lot of institutional knowledge, a lot of really good employees. The other great thing is when you have an 89-year-old owner, it's no surprise that the business is selling. So we didn't have any issue the employees being caught off guard. They knew that that happened at some point, and so they were obviously not surprised. And that criteria I established earlier, the company I found met that. It was in the right location, in the right industry, the right size, didn't have the customer concentration, so it met my criteria. The bad, it took us nearly 6 months to close. That's much longer than the average of 120 days. Why did that happen? The owner got really sick, little transactions. We had 6 weeks of pencils down. We weren't able to work. You can't go into the hospital and ask the one to keep moving the deal forward. You just don't do it. So there was a period of time where we were just patiently waiting. And then my joke on holidays, it's really true. There's a lot of people who take off for like a month towards the end of the year, and when you're trying to get something done, it's not going to happen until they're back. There was some negotiation that happened with the 89-year-old and his son. His son, who was in his mid-60s, was also a part owner in the business, and we were having to navigate how to have those two interests negotiated. There were some things I just couldn't help, the amount of money he was getting from the business versus what his dad was getting from the business. Became conversations that I was a part of that I really didn't do anything about. There was a lot of that back and forth. This was a family selling a business that was difficult at times. Some of the ugly, we did have environmental concerns with the company. It's been in the same location since the 50s. They work with a range of chemicals, and for 60 years stuff happened. And so we had to identify those issues where we spent a lot of money getting them cleaned and remediated, and that was surprising when we worked through that. Debt financing. Kind of look at the timeline of when the oil market started to slow. Around the time that I was getting a deal done, there was a lot of banks who said, oh, we just can't lend into the energy industry anymore. No matter how big of a deal it is, we're told we just can't do it. And so the financing became challenging as we were kind of getting into the start of a downturn in the market where lenders were just much more cautious on energy lending. So that was a bit challenging as we were getting to the closing period. Okay, so I want to share with you some lessons learned from really operating my business and from the search process. So from searching, first, there's no prescription on how to find a deal. There's some best practices I can share with you. I can tell you that in my experience, brokers tend to bring me better deals. But if you talk to everyone who got the deal done, they all had a different way of approaching it, took a different amount of time. What worked for them may not work for you. And it's hard to measure progress. You may wake up one morning and not have any leads in the hopper by the end of the day. That's not something you're going to buy. On the other hand, you may be a week away from closing and the whole thing falls apart. So there's no real prescription on how to get it done or how to measure progress. When searching for a business, it's important to understand what's important to the seller. It may be different than what's important to you. In my case, the seller has rejected other offers before from people who were going to move the business out. It turned out keeping the business in Houston was really important to him. And that was nothing I thought of as a competitive advantage. And it turns out that he really weighed that heavily in his mind. So understand what's important to the other party. Trust your gut. There are certain times things can seem minor on the front end, and they just keep growing and growing and growing and become a big issue. I'll share an example. One of the LOIs that crashed that I didn't get done, one of the reasons only bought one company, the seller had told me he had everything with his brother had signed off on it, and his brother was looking forward to the sale. And it turned out a couple of weeks later I learned that was not true at all. And the whole deal fell apart because the brother did not agree with selling the business. And my dad told me early on, it's strange that the brother's not here. It's strange that he's not sitting at the table. And I should have trusted my gut. I've talked about big financing already. Any of you guys are considering getting into a transaction or doing any sort of financing. When things are hot, loans almost come out too easily. And when things are slowing down, people are guarded even against a rational investment. Can't do it. So you have to be aware of the market. Brokers add value. In my case, my broker didn't add a ton of value. He was in Idaho. So all he did was set up the introduction, and then the owner and I worked one-to-one for most of it. But a lot of brokers can help, like I said, filter motivated sellers, serious sellers from ones that aren't. Some things are beyond your control. Even if you do everything right, you may have an 89-year-old owner who's hospitalized for 6 weeks. Right? There are certain things you can't control, and you have to remember that. So lessons learned from operating, quite a few. So first, navigating a downturn is hard. I know that that's kind of well understood by everyone here, but some things I've taken away from getting through this downturn is cash is king. I pretty quickly came into the business and had to very closely start to manage our cash and how much we kept on hand. As a new owner, I came in with a lot of energy and ideas on what I wanted to do. A lot of those had to get folded up, put onto the shelf for another day when business was picking back up. And in a downturn, it can be challenging to learn your business because you don't know if the market is just what's hurting you or if you made a bad decision and that's what's hurting you. So it can be really challenging to do something new, learn something new in a down market. Another lesson learned is the soft stuff matters. Managing people is a big part of your job as the owner and CEO of a company. There's moments where one of the most difficult decisions I made are on who to keep, who to let go, who to promote. So managing people is a really important part of the job. Businesses reflect their owners. So as a new owner, there's going to be a new culture. The person who got really comfortable working for an 89-year-old might feel a little different working for me, right? And the amount of energy I'm bringing, the expectation I have, the follow-up I'll do. The 89-year-old does a lot of things well. Email is not one of them. So the fact that I'm on email and having that expectation, culture is changing. And culture is hard to change quickly. So things take time. That was another lesson learned. And then you get used to never being off, which is a little different. If you work for a big company and you're kind of entry level, you go home and you're generally done. You don't really think about your job until Monday morning when you leave on Friday. That's all flipped on its head in a small business. The owner wears many hats, and guess what? It's always on your shoulders. When the security alarm goes off at 3 a.m., it's my cell phone that rings the time a cat got into the building and set off all the alarms. When a customer issue presents itself, customers want to talk to the owner. They don't always want to talk to the salesman. Supplier problems become my issue too. I put the name of a close friend of mine up here who also owns a small business like I do. And I'd like to share a story of put it in great perspective. He's a veteran, has been overseas, has fought war, and he said, at least when I was in Iraq, after a hard gunfight, I could go back to the base and relax. And he said, it's harder now to always have my phone on and be calling me and feeding me all the time. So, you know, he makes that as a joke, but it just highlights that it can be stressful to always be on, and that's just part of running your own small business. Every small company has something that has made it successful. Find and understand the magic of the business. Company like LK that's been around for 86 years, done something right that means decades of being successful. New owners have to take the time to understand what is the magic of a business, and it's not always obvious. And so, you know, what I thought may be the magic of the business when I first took it over, and then I get into it, understanding the operations, you learn it means something different. And you have to take the time to understand that. A colleague of mine that runs a small company he purchased told me that he ended up selling a small company, and the new people who bought it implemented a very strict professional dress code that turned a lot of the employees off who were used to kind of being lighthearted when they went to work, and it caused them that their sales to quit. And it turns out that culture of, hey, a little stuff doesn't matter, just focus on getting sales, just focus on making the business work, it killed it. The magic of that business was people that were only focused on one issue, they related to their customers, they didn't care if they had on a suit and tie, but they showed up early and worked hard and killed that business. So you have to find the magic. Build the right team. As culture changes, people will too. So you have to establish the team that's going to help you as a new owner be successful in accomplishing your goals. Getting the right people in is just as important as getting the wrong people out. And it takes time. It can be hard to make that assessment, but it kind of goes back to trust yourself. There are certain signs you get early on, and if we want to tackle those. Okay, so I've kind of told you a little bit about my experience, told you some lessons learned. I want to give you just kind of some tips, some guiding comments on how to decide if this might be a path for you. Generally, the search fund are folks that are right out of business school, but I know quite a few people that have acquired businesses mid-career. I know one gentleman that bought a business late in his career. So this is always something that can be a good option, and you know, if you're considering it, I'd like to give you some things to think about. So the first thing is decide if this is the right fit for you. As I said, search fund, new term, familiar concept. But either way, you're moving from being an operator to an owner. I've described always having to be on. Described that very realistically, you can see your success and your failures very quickly. In making that transition, you have to decide if you're comfortable with that. A small business atmosphere. So in the oil and gas industry, sometimes we say small business. When I worked at Concho, we were a small company, a $10 billion market cap, small company, 700 employees, small company. So when I say small company, I mean a company like LK, we've got 22 people, right? It's not a big company at all. So you have to kind of recalibrate your definition. And what that means is there's a lot of pros and cons. One of the pros is there's not a lot of manual layers. You want to get something done, it happens, right? One of the cons is there's really a resource. The day my CFO started at OK, we had the power to all the computers had to get rebooted, and they were all having errors. They were coming to my office and said, "So who's our IT guy?" And I said, "You are." You know, there's not the same resources in a small company as there is in a big company. And you have to be comfortable working in that environment. You have to understand your risk tolerance. You know, are you willing to take a bet on yourself? And I tell anyone who's considering this, you know, quantify failure on the front end. If I buy this business, it doesn't work out, what does it actually look like? In our mind, a lot of times we think failure is, you know, like we're going to end up at a soup kitchen. That's not what failure is. Failure just means, hey, look, something went wrong. I go back to industry. I go become a consultant. Understand what failure looks like. And if you kind of wrap your head around that realistically, that helps make the risk a little more palatable. And you have to determine the right time to make a move. Look, if you're at a point where you have, you know, 2 kids about to start college, you know, it may not be the right time to go out and tie up all your assets into a business and take the risk, right? And so everyone has to decide when the timing is right. I can tell you what I've learned for myself personally and from other people who have done this. It's never clear cut. It's never like, this is absolutely the right time. This is what we're confident. there's always an hesitation. But you have to kind of weigh where you are in life and say, you know, am I comfortable with me trying this now? No clear path. Lots of different ways to succeed, lots of different ways to fail. And so when you move from the comfort of being in a company, you have, you know, one set of parameters you're responsible for, to kind of a whole range of everything from the time the computer and printer don't work, to getting a new customer, to finding your debt financing, where it's all on you. There's a lot of points of failure and a lot of things you can do to be successful. You have to be comfortable operating in that gray and in that kind of unknown environment. That's my presentation. I hope it's been helpful, kind of giving you some insight to my journey, maybe something you can consider as a possible journey for you in the future. I'd be happy to take any comments or questions you might have.
Eric, talk a little bit about the challenges of getting into the CEO role.
Yeah, definitely has been. So I made the joke that my management team is the perfect age because it was myself and a 72-year-old. Yeah. And who was running the business nominally at that time. So combined, we were like right at the perfect 50-year-old mark, you know. What has really been, I guess, challenging is kind of understanding how to make that shift towards more technology, using our emails, computers, and different things like that, in an environment that has been kind of rejected some. But I think the other part is the amount of energy that I bring and how I think that creates an expectation of reciprocity. You know, so hey, I'm going to be here early, therefore I expect my team to be here early. You know, I'm going to respond to that email within the day, and I expect you to do the same thing. And that's just not something typically that exists. And so, shifting that mindset. There are also other things, such as the owner never got involved in sales, just didn't do it. And I'm hyper involved in sales. And so the salesman had to start understanding what it was like to have the other guy come in and ask questions and want to see reports and want to see some stats and measure numbers. And so I think a big part of it is we had a company that ran well, but it was really absent of a leader. But it ran well. The gentleman I walked with from in his time was a very sharp leader. But as time went on, he became less and less involved. We kind of shifted into that.
You talked about the company culture, you talked about but there specific culture that you wanted to modify or change. How did that go?
Yeah. Kind of the biggest part of the culture that I'm still working on is we're an organization full of firefighters. So like people like, an issue comes up, we'll attack it, we'll get it right. But boy, that creates a lot of inefficiency. Because that means a lot of issues come up, and means we're doing a lot, we're constantly reacting. And that is still something I'm struggling to get right today. Information flows very last minute. The production team runs out of a part, and that's when inventory guys get notified of it. So there's still things happening today, and it's just a culture of firefighting and that being the norm. So breaking that has been taking a long time, and it's still something to work on. We've got much better.
Do you have investors that respect background that actually answer challenges for them?
Sure. I do have 2 investors who are equity investors. Fortunately for me, they're pretty hands-off. They're not oil and gas specific investors. This is one of the few deals they've done in that area, so they really trusted my judgment, my expertise. But no more than quarterly, we do have a formal meeting where the business statistics are being discussed, performance being discussed.
I thought that dealing investors, even at the beginning, it's very tough to get them comfortable with you and your thoughts and ideas and sticking put into that deal. Right? What's your take?
So I think your observation is actually very correct. That a lot of us have had that experience, and that come to a lot of times with getting investors without necessarily talking with them about what your expectations are, what their expectations are early. Sometimes that can be surprising to learn it later. In my case, my investors were professors I had in business. So the relationship had been built as mentor-mentee from the beginning. And so I've never felt shy asking a question. I've never felt shy saying what I can help with. And that has worked very much in my business.
So, then your professors over there, you have some advisors. Are you dealing with other people, other entrepreneurs on similar side of businesses to be an enterprise who are actually litigating feedback to help you navigate through the process?
Sure. I have 7 classmates that have all purchased businesses of similar sizes. We're now throughout the country. We have monthly calls with each other all once a year at a conference. So we very much lean on each other. Because no matter what the business is, there are some common problems that we're all solving. So speaking to has been helpful with. And actually, I think of that as being probably one of the most important sources of resources of that.
Yes, sir. I'm just keen to find out how your operational design technique that you had, an operations engineer, a great person. How did that kind of thing, Mr. Martin, or did you not bring it in?
I did, and so very much so. Early on, I took the approach of having to be very hands-on on a lot of operations and planning, and in some ways I still am. But I started to kind of build expectations and then kind of hold people accountable. So kind of stepping back. The first way you do that is, I can't attend that meeting today, you also have. You go to the next research and business view. Then it becomes, look, once you have that meeting, type up a summary and finish it. And so you start to build that kind of expectation that you let your team know what the planning should be and trust us to do it. Now my salesman and my head of sales and my operations manager meet weekly, and they sign off on a production schedule, and that's what they do. And so I'm no longer having to be in that hour and a half long meeting.
Now, at some point you getting with the meetings, unchanged without classmate. Just
yeah, sure. I think it's really hard to know what the next opportunity, set of opportunities might look like. Since purchasing LK, I purchased the second business. Then we integrated 2 LK industries out of New York. Even that was something that, if you're asking me when I was first buying LK, you see yourself buying another business, or said no. But you just never know how to think that. A classmate or anyone had a great business that would be accretive to LK, a great opportunity that would be accretive to LK, have an obligation to research it, think through it, and understand its requirements. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
So the behalf of SPE also would like to take association, and your behalf like thank you. We have a little bit several announcements for you, just 5 minutes if you don't mind. As most of you are aware, SPE MIT committee working on an upcoming upstream and oil gas professors career fair, which is going to be happening March 28th. We have 4 sponsors. This doesn't show. This is a different one. There are 4 sponsors, and they collaborated working with us. What we'd like to ask you, if you are not any company, is hiring, you're welcome to join and bring the company to us. And you're also welcome to volunteer and participate to this event. We're looking forward to anybody who's interested. We have 4 sponsors. You have to excuse this slide doesn't show all the sponsors. It's my bit. Again, found the old one. We have a Delta Screen, Sierra Hamilton. We also have a Frag Geo. and PhD. They're going to be our major sponsors on this event. And we also have Pink Petra, which is our partner with SPE MIT. We have a Houston Geological Society, Geophysical Society, Society of Women Engineers. They're all going to join us for the SPE Gulf Coast event this initiative. Just keeping your mark on your 28th of March. And next event is presentation. I have to find. If you go to the SPE main page, you go to the study groups, committee meetings by the members in transition. Click. You can find all the resources and all the presentation uploaded from the speakers. If you scroll down, you can get all the materials you like, seminars dated, and all the files uploaded. Please go and visit this site and take all the valuable resources you can use. Excellent. And all the business cards from the speakers, all of them on a table, and all the brochures from Pink Petra, which is going to have an event on March 8th. You can read more about this. And all the flyers about the upstream event is also posted over there. You're welcome to join. And thank you very much again coming to this event, and I'm looking forward to seeing you on our next event. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Okay.